does. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. I need you again, so stick around. So stick around. world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you I know I belong. Without all eyes on us. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel cause you'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious.
Yo, what's happening? What's happening, y'all? Sorry it took me so long to get started. I had an important phone call that came in and I didn't realize that it was taking so long on there. So I tried to reset the time and of course it went over that. And so I was like, oh my gosh. I hate doing that because I always feel like it's so rude. So I just want to first apologize to you guys. I didn't know that I was going to get a phone call like that. And I sure as heck didn't think it was going to take that long. So I want to apologize first and foremost. Secondly, how are y'all doing on this fine Friday? I see there's all kinds of stuff going on the YouTube streets. There's all kinds of shit going on. All kinds of real life stuff going on outside the YouTube streets. The Karen Reed trials going on. That's, getting crazy, which we knew it would. We knew things would happen. But I'll tell you right now, Grant is out there going off. I don't know if you guys have been watching, but shit, every time, it's like every single time I tune in, Grant is snapping the fuck out on somebody about being in that line to go in, or being able to go in the courtroom. Duke, stop it. You're being rude. You're being rude. I'm sorry. Duke was being so rude. He was over here barking and carrying on. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I was gonna say. I think Turtle Boy got it. I think he got himself a spot today. He had somebody sit outside, and I think he got. I'm pretty sure he was able to get in today. Right. Grant taking his line monitor seriously. Yes, man. He's taking that fucking job serious, Jack. Ain't nobody messing around with his line monitoring skills, man. He is on it. He is stinking on it. But I do want to say I do appreciate you guys being really sweet and genuine about Heels. And I just want to say thank you guys for your kind words, for her daughter, for her family, to Trisha. Thank you guys for being so supportive to her as well. She really needs the uplifting right now. Like I said, they were friends for 30 years. That's a very long time, to be friends with someone. That's a, and she was she was a big part of this community, like her or not. She really was. She was a huge part of this community. And I just want to say, even those that, like I said, we don't get along, we don't speak, we actually don't like each other at all. I really appreciate those of you guys that have put that shit aside and, have reached out in one way or another. And I'm, mad respect. I appreciate that. And, you know, thank you for being grown and being an adult about stuff like that, because it really means a lot. Um, and to the big body back bitch that's doing the bullshit and talking all this shit about, Clip Channel has died. That's all right. What goes around comes around, and it is what it is. There's a Twitter link, that we got, uh, as well, because she's a ban evading little bitch anyway. So if that's the kind of stuff you're gonna do on this platform, you know what I'm saying, we'll help escort you back off. So there's that. And yes, it is, Ninny. Yes, it is. When you talk like that, that's really nasty. It shows who you are, and it's really nasty. It's real nasty. Here, did I put the link down? I must not have dropped the link. I always think I did. Good lord. He said, you didn't drop the link. B Tim's like scrambling down there. Shit. It's like, shit. I thought I did. I thought I dropped the link twice now already. I was like, what the hell? Here we go. Let me see. Let me pin this bad boy here before I forget. Yeah, there's been a whole lot going on, that's for sure. But as far as that too, so the judge made a decision on his ruling for court, and I would like to go over that with y'all as well. What's up, B Tim?
What's up? So apparently he was allowed in, but then they kicked him out for the witnesses that he harassed. And Bradle made an argument in court.
Ellie.
Yeah, I was just coming up.
Okay.
Yeah, I just watched that too. It's crazy.
He was devastated. Bradle was like, I was here for an unrelated matter. I was like, bullshit. We know you were
Okay, where do we watch this at? On Turtle Boy or Tom or where? Who's got it?
You can watch it on Court. They had it on Court TV because they voir dire. They sent the jury out and he had the argument. And then they kicked him out of the courtroom for those witnesses. So the witnesses that he's intimidated,
like a list.
The judge ruled a list. Like there was like 7 people or so that he could not be there for their testimony.
All the Alberts.
And he looked so defeated. All the Alberts.
Yeah.
Wow. So they were like, bye, bitch. You thought you got in, but you
bye,
didn't.
bitch.
Yeah. I'll share my screen to the.
You waited all night.
Yeah, you got to go back to Bradle. He does the argument a little bit. Yeah, that guy. The beginning of his bullshit argument.
Right here.
Yeah.
This just happened like a minute ago.
He was thrown out, cast aside. Turtle Boy.
Yeah.
Cast aside.
See you. Bye. See you. Bye.
Bye, Felicia. Bye, Felicia.
Ain't gonna work. I mean, it's smart. I mean, he shouldn't be allowed in there to be watching the witnesses that he intimidated for this. You know, it makes no sense.
Yeah,
I get why they did it.
Counsel, identify yourselves, please.
Sure. Adam Lally for the Commonwealth, Your Honor.
Okay. Sarah McLaughlin for the Commonwealth. Right, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Timothy Bradle on behalf of non-party Aiden Carney, who for the record is present in the courtroom.
Does Mr. Carney want to sit with you?
I think he's okay right there.
Okay.
If that's all right, Your Honor.
All right. So Commonwealth, so I do want to say a question before we begin. Commonwealth, in your motion to exclude an individual charged with witness intimidation in connection with this case from the courtroom during the testimony of certain witnesses, before we begin, are you advancing the concerns of the DA's office or the concerns of the witnesses themselves, or both?
Both, Your Honor.
Okay,
So if I may, I'm sorry to jump in, but just if I may, I do have what I think is a pretty substantial procedural objection.
Okay.
Maybe I'd ask that you sort of just make a quick bifurcation of the issues here, and we can address the procedural issue before we get into the substance of the motion.
Sure, I'll hear you.
We could. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you,
Your Honor.
Your
Just so the record is clear.
I'm going to lie to you for the next 5 minutes.
Because we may need an appellate record in this case.
Okay.
But I was here.
Do what?
Your Honor, I'm going to lie to you in the next 5 minutes and make up a bunch of bullshit for my client on the record. I know I might be disbarred eventually for all the shenanigans I've been doing, especially maybe talking to a third party. But we'll see. Yeah, but you keep on playing.
In the Norfolk Superior Court today, completely unrelated to Mr. Carney, my client, as you know, in the other matters.
First
And
slide.
I was here today on the matter of Commonwealth versus Tylee Curry for a motion to suppress.
Which is a case that I am in the middle of that motion to suppress with you.
Exactly. And I actually figured that we wouldn't do the motion and get a date. But I was fully focused on that matter and had no notice whatsoever that the Commonwealth was in the Reed matter, was seeking to exclude my client as a journalist from this courtroom. The first thing is that, and I know the court has a job to do in terms of ruling on this motion, and that's fine. And I asked that the ruling be that it be denied on procedural grounds. The procedural grounds are, Judge, that there's been no service of process whatsoever on a case where the government is seeking to essentially trample all over my client's First Amendment rights as a journalist. On 15 minutes notice. You know, I know you gave me the thing 15 or 20 minutes ago.
And it's more than half an hour, but I understand.
All right, well, you get the point. So, you know, this is not something that I can process and absorb and make any sort of cogent arguments on the merits of the motion on that time period. And I'm sure that the court respects that. I'm trying to address it as best I can, but I think that the procedural issues here should control. And here's the procedural situation, Your Honor, that the government filed this 6-page motion. There's a footnote 2 that refers to them serving this motion on May 8th to the Associated Press. Why they couldn't just pull up my email and serve me is an open question that I'd like an answer to in open court. So they can serve the AP 2 days ago, but they can wait and not even serve me with the motion when I get here to court today on a completely unrelated matter, I might add. So there's some funny business going on here, and you know there's been nothing but funny business from where I sit from the Commonwealth on Mr. Carney's matters. And here we go again. So I don't appreciate that from counsel, from the Norfolk County DA's office, number one. Number two, Your Honor. Mr. Carney has covered this case and written.
Well, that's not gonna, I mean, he's really not doing a good, wow.
Yeah, wow. And by the way, he says one line that makes the judge look up. Like when she said, like, who cares about the witnesses? The judge, like, snapped up, like, looked at him like, are you serious? But, like...
Oh, my God.
he's like the problem with his first argument is, number one, he's full of shit. He was with Turtle Boy in the beginning, so he was there, he was planning this. Number two, the guy is what was it? The next part. He says, why did they not email me for my client? Well, you're a client, you're an attorney for one case. Doesn't mean you're an attorney for every case. So you did not make the state aware that you're representing him on every matter. You made the state aware that you're representing him on one matter, which is the intimidation, actually two matters, the intimidation and DV assault, the 19 plus charges this man has for this courtroom. And like some of the charges related to this case alone, most of them. Actually, all of them, actually. I would even say the DV assault was kind of related to this case as well. He's full of shit. I mean, this guy's a sleazy, garbage human being, a lawyer. I only hope that all his hair falls off because he's such a greasy piece of shit, and he has to wear a fedora into court from now on. So let's continue. I really don't like this guy. I don't like him more so than Yannetti. Yannetti, I can be like a little bit more, but this guy is really sleazy.
Tim's opinion, not mine.
Yeah, this is my opinion. My opinions do not in any way reflect the opinions of Queen Bee or the people panel guests. Please don't sue me. You can continue playing.
About 350 news articles on this case. He has developed evidentiary scoops on this case that have added to the quantum of evidence in the matter. He's never caused a problem. He wishes to be a journalist to everyone else and cover the case. There's never been a problem whatsoever. This is more personalized retaliation from the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Carney. Another point, Your Honor, is that this matter, as far as the Commonwealth is concerned, is res judicata ×2. Judge Krupp in this very court addressed this exact issue about Mr. Carney covering this matter, being in the courtroom with witnesses that had a stay-away order. All the same people that the government is trying to have another bite at the apple with here. All these people. This was adjudicated fully with a special assistant DA before Judge Krupp, and Judge Krupp ruled against the Commonwealth. Judge Krupp said that Mr. Carney was able to be in the courthouse covering this case regardless of any of these witnesses in the stay-away order. The stay-away order was exempted from Mr. Carney's presence in the courtroom, rather, was accepted from the stay-away order.
Yes.
This has been adjudicated. It's been adjudicated again, Your Honor, by Judge Pomeroy across the street in the district court. One of these people associated with Mr. Carney's detractors, Ms. Catania,
detractors,
up with the Commonwealth and sought charges and sought a restraining order against my client. And Judge Pomeroy recently, as recently, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, we were across the street, Your Honor, seeking to vacate the order under the doctrine of unclean hands because this plaintiff—
and you were ruled against on that.
You
lost.
Putting that aside, the ruling in that matter, Judge, was another ruling in support of Mr. Carney's First Amendment rights. It was another ruling that said Mr. Carney was not subject to the restraining order in any court of the Commonwealth. And the reason we brought that motion, Your Honor, was because these same witnesses that the government here is, again, trying to advocate for their own personal issues, those same witnesses somehow took up with this plaintiff across the street, Ms. Catania, brought her to court here in prior Reed proceedings to kick out Mr. Carney, because at the time she had an operative order against
all
him.
conspiracy.
And Mr. Carney, to his credit, got up and left and got out of here. And that
and hid in the bushes. And hid in the bushes to take pictures of her. Did we leave that out, Queen? He left the courtroom and was in the bushes taking pictures. Queen's like, oh my
yeah, that's where what's her name put it up.
Yeah, I mean he was such a good guy. He went in the bushes and and took pictures in the bushes. And by the way, didn't
they bust out her taillight too? They bust out her, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah,
that could be a threat, because another individual died because they were hit by a car, allegedly, in this case, the case we're watching. The guy is just full of it, man. And then he sits there and he's like, he hasn't harassed anyone. Are you out of your fucking mind? Do you not have a computer? I mean, I can literally pull up probably 30 fucking videos right now. We could be here for 24 hours just watching the harassment campaign, I think. I would just need a second to search for each one, but I guarantee I can literally pull up a video on him stating that he's planning on witness intimidation. And you're saying he never bothers anyone, guys. He doesn't bother. He's a good guy. By the way,
he's doing it right now, even as the trial goes on. He's intimidating people that are on the, with photos, and he's still going at it. pretty much, you know. He shouldn't be allowed in there, especially
And
for these people, you know.
Willow agrees.
Yes, she does.
Willow agrees. He is such full of shit, man. This is what I hate about these attorneys, man. They are so fucking sleazy. Like, I'm surprised he doesn't fucking just slide out of his suit because of how fucking sleazy this guy is. He's like saying, well, my client's gonna won that here. No, your client did not. You
B.
piece of
Tim
shit.
said, shit, I'm coming in motherfucking hot today. I don't give a god
Yeah.
damn. The
He's
court.
like,
Fuck
turtle
right.
boy, out of there.
This guy
Damn.
is
You
lying.
feeling like Grant. Fuck.
He is lying. You lost the RO. You only were allowed to be in the courtrooms,
He
basically.
said, hell to hell with that.
Yeah. What
Look
is
at
it? He has
Paul
a two.
O'Keefe. He's pissed too. Look at him in
Look at
the
Paul
he's staring
O'Keefe.
at him.
Grant said Miss Albert doesn't recall hearing any phone calls that morning. Miss Albert woke up on the morning of 1/29/22 to being told that John had been found outside by Jen McCabe. Miss Albert didn't even know who Jen was talking about at first.
You mean 522?
I'm just saying. What do you mean 5/22? No, this says 1/29/22. That's the day he's got. Miss
Oh,
Albert.
129. I thought you meant the time.
1/29/22.
Yeah.
Oh, by the
The
way,
time.
Cullen wasn't even there, apparently. So you all harassed a 17-year-old child, you fucking piece of shit, degenerate assholes.
Yeah, he
you
wasn't
harassed.
even there.
He wasn't even there when fucking O'Keefe was there at the same
Yeah.
time.
They tried to say that. They tried to tell him that he wasn't there.
Yeah,
You
you
know,
all.
they want to fucking listen. That's
I mean, I couldn't believe it. So you guys, all you fucking mouth-breathing losers, harassed an innocent child because an idiot named Turtle Boy told you to.
Yeah, pretty much.
They should be classes on how stupid this group is, so they can see this is the example of mob mentality and stupidity. This group here.
Right? Everything about this case like is a mob mentality. People, I feel like their critical thinking skills have kind of gone out the window, and all of a sudden they are like like we were talking about a Ray Donovan episode, and they think that there's some big cover up going on, and it's not. It's pretty, for me, it's just obvious. You know what I mean? Like if you take away all the hype, but people don't want to see the facts about this case. It's weird. It's this mob. Fucking Turtle Boy started it too, and then it just, even like in LawTube, it's weird. I don't know. I've never seen them act like this before, right, B Tim? They're acting strange in LawTube. Is it just
They are jumping on the like these guys are making no sense in their brains. They're like, oh right, great. The lawyers are using sleazy tactics to basically say questions that they know they're going to be objected to, so they can contaminate the jury's memory of what's being said. I mean, like one of the questions were ridiculous. Like this guy literally asked Yannetti today, asked one of the female witnesses today, do you think did your husband use brush his teeth before going to bed?
what?
Yes, that was his question. Because she said he got home at 12:10, and then they says, well, I think he would have gotten home 12:20 based upon all the time. And then like he starts fucking it's just, I sat there, I was like, what are you doing? And then he's like, you called this other lady that you babysitted 7 months 67 times in that 7-month period. I'm like, yeah, that doesn't sound crazy to me, actually. That seems kind of normal if that person babysits your child and you just found a guy who just died was killed on your lawn, and you're just talking and you say, wow, that's pretty crazy, right? The lady that we went to the bar with is actually being charged with murder.
Yeah.
I think that would probably be the conversation I would have.
Yeah, they're making everything is like suspicious, because if it's suspicious, then it fits along with their, narrative.
Let's play more of Mr. Brendel fucking lying to the judge and being the most sleaziest lawyer of today's hearing.
When I was like, Mr. Brendel, I was like, what? He's there.
Mr. Brendel's there? Why is Mr. Brendel there? And then he says that the dumbest thing this attorney has ever said was he said that this guy was like helped with the evidentiary like collection, basically, like with the investigation. And I sat there as like, did you just admit into court that he worked with the defense in collecting evidence? Are you out of your mind? Like, you do realize your client is facing like 17 charges of working with the defense and doing witness intimidation, and you just stated on national TV, you'll hear it. You'll hear it from him. You don't need to hear it from me. You'll hear it from him. He'll say, "You fuck up," but you can speak. You can say it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I got on 1.5 speed, trying to speed it up. So
when we addressed across the street with Judge Conroe, he agreed with us and said, "You can go to court. You can cover this case." So number two, litigation number two. This has been established. Mr. Carney followed all proper channels. We worked with the SJC media office. He has a press pass. He's doing everything in accordance with all of the rules and regulations that are in place. He's been harassed, and we have it on video, by other so-called journalists on this case at the steps of the courthouse. And he just wants to be here. He doesn't want to be an issue in this case. He wants to sit here and cover the case. He's done his job. He wants to watch the trial unfold. And he has an absolute fundamental First Amendment right to do so within the confines of this courtroom and within the confines of time, place, and manner restrictions. He's followed everything, and he's here. We've gone through all of these hurdles, Your Honor, and Mr. Carney triumphed, as he should, because it's the First Amendment that needs to triumph here, not any particular person. And that's what he's doing. And there's absolutely no reason for the government to sneak behind my back to interfere with his First Amendment rights. It's outrageous, and on procedural grounds, I ask you to deny the motion for all of those reasons. And if the court has some hesitancy to do so with respect to these procedural issues, I ask that you set a date give me 7 days or so that I can properly respond to this motion on the merits of whatever's in these 6 pages of the motion that I haven't been able to look at. So thank you for hearing me, Your Honor.
All right, sure. And you wanted a response to your question from Mr. Lally on why you were not served, but the Associated Press was served.
That's correct.
So if you talk about that in the procedural part of this, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Simply put, Mr. Bradle, neither Mr. Bradle nor Mr. Kearney are parties to the case. I can't presume that Mr. Bradle's representation on one criminal case is going to extend to a motion of which he would be at best a third party on a separate criminal case. We are required under the SJC rules to serve it upon the Associated Press, which we did.
So I think that's your record now, Mr. Bradle.
Thank you.
Okay, on the procedural issue. Okay, we have a jury out. I do want to address the merits of this as best we can. And Mr. Bradle, at the end of this hearing, whatever I end up doing, if you want to come back and readdress it when there's more time, depending on how I rule, I'll give you the opportunity to do so. But I have to get this trial moving at this point, one way or the other. So I'm going to hear the Commonwealth on their motion. Then I'll hear you, Mr. Bradle, to the extent that you can respond. Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, I'll hear you on your motion.
Your Honor, very shortly, very simply put, this is an instance in which the Commonwealth is not asking that Mr. Kearney not be allowed to cover the case or that he not be allowed to watch the trial. What we're requesting is a partial closure of one individual. And the legal standard for that is essentially a substantial reason. Substantial reason, Your Honor, being that Mr. Kearney has been indicted and has open cases for intimidating witnesses, specifically witnesses in this case. He has confirmed statements indicating publicly that his actions that he's taken in regard to those indictments were to prevent the case from ever going to trial. And to intimidate those witnesses. Those witnesses will be called to testify in this case. And what the Commonwealth is simply requesting is that he be excluded physically from the courtroom, not excluded from watching the trial, not excluded from covering the trial, but excluded physically from the courtroom while those witnesses are testifying from the stand.
And the witnesses you told me have expressed concern. What do you say about that?
Yes, Your Honor. The witnesses have expressed concern. The Commonwealth is concerned as to his presence affecting their testimony or ability to recall. And for all of those reasons, the Commonwealth would submit the administration of justice and the witnesses being able to testify, as well as the witnesses' own concerns are more than meet the test of the substantial reason for Mr. Kearney's exclusion during the course of their testimony.
Okay. Mr. Bradle?
Your Honor, the witness's concern has no legal materiality under the law.
Did you see that, her head?
So the answer that I have is, so what?
Look at her.
The witness's concern. Where does that fit into the law?
Did you see her?
This matter's been adjudicated twice.
Queen.
Mr. Carney has.
Did you see that judge's look when he said, so what? And you saw she
No.
do a double take?
No, I'll have to go back. My little one that stayed home too was talking to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just do a 5
Where was it? Right here?
Yeah, just listen.
Legal materiality under the law. So the answer that I have is, so what? The witness's concern. Where does that fit into the law here, Your Honor? This matter's been
The
adjudicated twice.
witness is concerned.
Mr. Carney has
So
the right.
what? So what if the witness's concerns of
She
being
looked
harassed?
up like, what the fuck did you just say? So what? What do you mean? What? Damn.
To speak on the case. He's gone through all the proper channels to be here. He is not in any way wants to or is trying to make any issue of his as best he can. And this is just a personal vendetta that's been carried out by the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Carney. And this is where the court needs to hold the line on the First Amendment. This witness intimidation statute, Your Honor, is an absolute abomination. It is going to be struck down. It's just a matter of time. And this is just a continuation of everything the special counsel's been doing to Mr. Carney. Now the office itself is doing it. There's no reason for this motion to be allowed, Your Honor. There's no discomfort exception to the First Amendment, Your Honor. There's been absolutely nothing advanced, especially on an emergency basis, which is, I assume, why this is being done with no notice. There's been no establishment of any emergency. There's been no conduct whatsoever on the part of Mr. Carney to justify this motion. And I did happen to see some reference to the Chesna trial about published something to the effect of doxing a seated juror. That is false. Mr. Carney
that's what he
wrote
said
a story
out of his
on a
mouth.
juror after the jury was discharged. There's absolutely no prohibition or problem or issue with that. And it is absolutely protected conduct by the First Amendment. And it is not in any way a grounds for this court or the Commonwealth to assert any wrongdoing against him.
So I can assure you I am not considering that incident in this. You all know I was the judge. I am not considering that experience in this motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr.
Nothing further.
Bradel?
Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Bradel, I agree with you that Mr. Kearney is certified by the Office of Public Information pursuant to SJC Rule 119, and that he has a right to be here today. He arrived timely, and that he is registered. I have honored that 119 registration today, and I will continue to honor that. However, my role in this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, is to assure that the defendant's constitutional right to a fair trial are honored and upheld. And because of the chilling effect that Mr. Kearney's presence, I find, will have on the witness's testimony, I'm going to excuse him while the named witnesses in the Commonwealth's motion, Julie Nagel, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Michael Proctor, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Brian Albert, and Yuri Buchanek. And the Commonwealth also today requested Nicole Albert because of the incidents that reportedly have been held at her home. I'm going to excuse him during all of that testimony. Now, in my media order, if you have it, I'm sure your client has it because they're handed out to the press. Under number 1, I say that anyone leaving the courtroom to the media during the trial proceedings may lose their seat and may not be permitted re-entry unless there is available seating. That will not happen to Mr. Kearney. I will not take away his seat today for other witnesses who are not subject to this order. That seat will remain empty. No other person of the media will be able to take that seat in his absence. Okay?
Your Honor, one last thing, if I may, just came to me as I was standing here. Extension in the same regard as to Nicole Albert for the address would be Brian Albert Jr., son of Brian and Nicole Albert, lives in the same address.
It's for the same reason. So Brian Albert Jr. All right, so those are my findings, Mr. Bradel. It should give you enough to seek appellate action if you wish. Okay? All right, thank you for being here. All right. All right, so I'll take a short recess. We can bring counsel back in and Ms. Reed back in. And
Bye, Turtle Boy.
See, I thought it showed him being escorted out.
Well, they didn't put the video up, but he was kicked out. He was kicked out because guess who's testifying? I think Nicole Albert is testifying right now, and one of the people I believe in the house. So I mean, pretty much he was thrown out just now. He was thrown out like trash. Like trash should be thrown out into the streets. So I'm glad he's thrown out for this. I think honestly, it would be better if he was not only thrown out, but like they picked him up by his like fucking arms and legs and thumbed through him. Like, you know how they throw like drunk throw someone out of a bar? They should do that to him right outside into the streets. And maybe, I'll stop there just in case. What a garbage human being. And I can't believe Radel lied to the judge like that. Oh, there's no proof my client ever threatened to dox jurors. We can watch the clips. He said it out of his own goddamn mouth. The guy is a liar. A garbage human being as well. Slimy. Everything wrong with the legal profession, in my opinion. Really garbage human being. But if you want to jump to like a little bit ahead to the testimony of Nicole Albert, that would be interesting because she's going to talk about the events of the night, and then she's going to explain that. And then Yanetti's going to ask her when she brushed her teeth, and did she, maybe use mouthwash. You want to go a little bit back, maybe and then play it 1-5. Like to when she starts, but a little bit ahead, a little bit after, because he asked foundational questions, so you could probably jump a little bit.
How long had you lived in Canton?
my whole life.
Now, the specific address, where did you live in Canton prior to your moving over?
34 Fairview Road.
And how long did you live at that house?
About 12 years.
And are you married now?
Yes.
What's your husband's name?
Brian Albert.
Does he work?
He's retired from the Boston Police.
How long was he in office?
About 30 years.
And do you have children?
Yes, we have 5.
And how old are your 5?
My oldest daughter is 28, and then I have a son who's 25. I have another son who's actually 23 today. And then I have twins, a boy and a girl, who are 20.
And your oldest daughter, what's her name?
Caitlin.
Your oldest son, what's his name?
Brian Jr.
And Brian Jr., does he live with you currently? Now, your other children, they live with you as well?
My oldest daughter lives with her boyfriend in Easton, and my son Brandon lives with us. He's just finishing up college. He's graduating this month from college, so he's back with us. My twin daughter, she goes to college, so she's home now for the summer, but she has an apartment in Bridgewater. And then the twin boy is in the military.
And which branch is he?
The Marine Corps.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022, you recall that day?
Mhm.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
The Friday.
And at the time of January 28th, 2022, did you work?
Yes, I've been a part-time lunch lady for about 9 years.
And you since retired, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
You since retired from that?
I have retired. I just didn't go back this past year, but
And around that date, so January 28th, 2022, what, if any, significance was the next day of January 29th?
January 29th was my son Brian Jr.'s 23rd birthday.
And over the course of that week, sort of leading up into the weekend, what, if any, plans did you make with reference to your son's birthday?
He had mentioned he was going to get together with some friends on the Saturday night, the 29th, for his birthday. And I had said, okay, well, maybe Friday night, if anyone's around, any of our aunts or uncles or anyone, maybe we'll take you out, just local for some apps and drinks or something.
And coming up to that day of Friday 28th, what, if anything, sort of changed? In reference to those plans?
Well, they were, the forecast was saying a big snowstorm was coming in, and it looked like it was going to be late Friday into all day Saturday. So I had said to my son, well, obviously, doesn't seem like anyone will be able to go out on Saturday night. Why don't you just do something with your friends Friday night?
And had you, at that time, already made some plans with friends and relatives in regards to going on Friday?
Yeah, I had just mentioned to my daughter Caitlin and my sister-in-law Julie, and just had mentioned it to them about possibly getting together Friday.
And just to be clear for the record, when you say your sister-in-law, Julie, how is she sort of related to you?
She's my husband's brother, Chris's wife.
And your husband has a number, correct?
Yes, he's the oldest of 7.
And yourself and Julie Albert, you guys are friends?
Yes, we're very close.
And so, also just one last question, sort of leading up through the course of that week, where did your husband Brian go?
Sort of last minute, I believe it was Thursday of that week, he went to New York for a funeral.
And you know who the funeral was in regards to?
It was for a New York police officer who had just been killed in the line of duty.
And do you recall how he got there as far as how he went from
I
Canada to North?
believe he may have flown Thursday to New York, and then the plan was to fly back Saturday, but that changed with the weather, and he ended up, they didn't want to get stuck there. So after the funeral Friday morning, they drove home. A friend of his had driven, so he got a ride back with them on Friday.
And only if you know, but as far as that friend that you drove back with on Friday, do you know who that was?
The friend who I believe had the truck there and drove was Brian Higgins.
And is that someone, Mr. Higgins, that you were familiar with prior to that day in January?
Yes, he was a friend of my husband's.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, can you explain to the jury sort of how it was that where did you decide to go with your daughter and your sister-in-law?
We just decided to go to Waterfall, a local place, 5-10 minutes down the road from our house. My sister-in-law Julie picked me up at my house, maybe 7:30, 7:45, and we went to the Waterfall. And I believe my daughter and her boyfriend Tristan were already inside at a table.
And when your sister Julie came to pick you up at the house, in addition to yourself and your son Brian Jr., with anyone else, were one of his friends there?
I believe 2 girlfriends may have already had come, and they were just sitting in the kitchen when I left.
And so you go out to the Waterfall. When you get to the Waterfall, where within the establishment?
We came in, walked in. I believe to the left there was just some small tables, and I think Caitlin and Tristan were already sitting there. So we sat down at the table and we ordered food and just hung out for a little bit, had food and some drinks.
And as far as drinks were concerned, do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
I was probably drinking White Claw.
Now later on in the evening, was there any sort of live entertainment there?
Yes. After we ate, my daughter's boyfriend Tristan left shortly after because he was going to be going out shoveling, working with a plow guy. So he was planning to go home and just sleep, take a nap because he was going to have to get up like in the middle of the night to go out and do that. So he had left. So it was just me, Julie, and Caitlin. And at one point, the waitress had said, "Oh, band's going to be setting up where you're sitting. Can I move you?" So she just kind of moved us over to like a high top table.
And then after you were moved over to the high top table, who, if anyone else, came in to join you?
Shortly after, I believe my sister Jennifer and her husband Matt came in. I had texted her just saying I was there if she was interested to come by. I think she said she was somewhere else. Did I want to come there? And I said, well, no, I'm already situated. The band's going to play. I'm just going to stay here. So she said, okay, maybe we'll come there. So maybe 9 as she came in with another couple. I believe they had been at a basketball game, their daughter's basketball game. So she came in with them.
And again, just because you say your sister Jen and her husband Matt, what is their last name?
McCabe.
And she's your younger sister, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as after they came in, who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined you?
Shortly after that, I believe Julie's husband, Chris, came in. He worked up the street at his pizza shop. So I believe shortly after 9:30, he came down, he came in. And then in the meantime, my husband was, getting close to being back to the area from driving back from New York. So I had texted him and said, hey, me and Katie and whoever else are here, if you want to come by. And he was like, oh, I'm kind of tired. It's been a long day. And I just pushed him a little, oh, well, Katie's here. Just come. She wants to see you. So he's like, all right, maybe I'll pop in. So I believe after, so it was Jen and Matt and the other couple. And then Chris came in. And then I believe maybe around 10, Brian came in.
And after your husband Brian came in, was there anybody else that came in and joined you?
Shortly after, maybe 10:30, his friend Brian Higgins had come in.
So your husband, Brian, and Brian Higgins came in separately about a half hour apart?
I think so, yes.
And following that, who, if anyone else, came into the establishment and sort of joined your time?
A little bit later, I think approximately 11, John walked in with his girlfriend,
And when you say John, who's John?
John O'Keefe.
And how did you or did you know John O'Keefe prior to that night?
I didn't know him that well. I think I'd only met him once, maybe twice through my sister. Brief interaction. I think when he first walked in, actually, I didn't recognize him. I think I said to someone, "Oh, who's that?" Because they were kind of walking towards that table, and they said, "Oh, it's John O'Keefe." I said, "Oh." So they came in and they just kind of went to the end of the table where like my sister Jennifer and Matt and Chris and Julie were, because they knew them. I had never met Karen. I'd only met John once or twice. So they kind of just went to the other end of the table where Jen and Matt were, who they know, and Chris and Julie, who John had been neighbors with for a couple of years. So they were all just kind of at that end talking.
And probably pretty long. So just to be clear, as far as the sister that you knew of John through, that was your sister that was there, Jennifer?
Yes, Jennifer.
And as far as you referenced his girlfriend, had you ever met his girlfriend before that night?
No.
Had you ever, so you had never met Karen Reed prior to that night? That's what you recall?
Nope.
And at any point in time, did you have any interaction, or was there any interaction you had with either Mr. O'Keefe?
At one point, John walked towards me and my sister, my daughter at the table and said, "Hey, I'm going up to the bar. Do you guys need a drink or anything?" And we said, "No, thank you." I think he then kind of stopped and spoke with my husband for a minute, probably was asking him the same thing. Then John went back up to the bar and then he went back down.
Was there something we were supposed to? I don't want to play this whole trial. Like I'm not trying to do all that.
You could play honestly, you'd have to play the whole thing.
I mean, I just wanted to chit chat about it, and then you know what I'm saying.
But basically, she's gonna. I get you. But she basically confirms that. We'll just go with Grant's notes just to make sure that we got that. 1 second. So no fights at the bar.
Highlight, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna highlight it. Don't worry. You know what I mean? I don't know the exact part she states things because obviously this is like testimony that's going on right now.
Yeah, but, well, we can talk about it later or tomorrow or something. You know what I mean, or whatever. Just. Or is this something you wanted to watch right now? Is that something that because it's going on right now? Is that something you wanted me? Did you want to play that or what? I mean, fill me in.
Basically, the highlight is that the kid left before, like the minor kid that everyone was going after, left before.
Yeah, he wasn't there. Right?
He wasn't there, and this lady confirms it. The minor child, the target for months and then they start showing photos of the house and also the crime scene. Now later on, if you fast forward, it can actually show like a little bit of the frost, and you can see the fire hydrant a little bit. That's what I got so far. Basically, the witness before was kind of a bust. They tried to use the plot yesterday of Monster House as a way to explain why maybe John was attacked. Basically, it was confirmed that the Cullen didn't have an issue running on the lawn, but it was actually his younger brother, and that basically John was kidding with the kid and then gave him candy afterwards when they were joking, and they all joked around with the front of the house with pictures. Pretty much that's it. I haven't seen the part where the lady has testified. This lady has testified fully yet, so I don't know exactly all the steps. I just know it's been confirmed that Colin was home for John O'Keefe, meaning that the whole conspiracy of third-party culprit of Cullen beating up anyone is full of shit, and is going to be stated as full of shit. I don't know. And basically, there's a clip,
right.
And basically, they tried to use a chat yesterday. Mr. Jackson and Karen Reed tried to use a young child as publicity stunt to basically have a child give them flowers on a camera to make her look good while she's leaving the courtroom, and I'm pretty sure that was staged. And also, apparently, there's a clip right now that's basically, saying the Reed family loves Aiden Kearney. Like, there's a video clip of that as well, of Karen Reed's mother and the family basically saying they love Turtle Boy. I'm wondering how much he paid that person to hold the seat. Nothing. The answer is nothing. He didn't pay him anything. He doesn't pay anyone anything. He just told them to sit there. I was thinking the same question. He's really certified. I don't think he's certified. I think he just kind of filled out the paperwork and just did like everything and had someone sit there and wait for him. They have flowers again today. Tom was planning when to buy them. So they're now using children as a publicity stunt to make Karen Reed look good in front of the cameras. That's brilliant. They did that yesterday. They had a little girl hand Karen Reed flowers. Yeah, I'm not going to really say that, Robert Redmond, because I don't, you know what I mean? He does, until he gets charged, technically he's not an accused one. You know what I mean? Once I see the charging documents, then one can state that. But since he hasn't been charged yet, that's kind of a baseless accusation at this point. That's what I'm just saying. Our kidding is not the Queen of England. Yeah, I don't know. Did you see that video of like basically like Karen Reed having some kid hand flowers to her? Queen's gone. I guess not. Kids flowers, good lord, popcorn. Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if they got the kid to stand there. I mean, what else? I'll just look at it as what it is. I mean, like, basically, we talked about the solo cups and everything like that with the last one. But basically, the rundown is they're going through the people of the house. Turtle Boy got thrown out. And we're going, Yannetti's going to try to make an ant into a fucking hill, like an ant hill into a fucking actual hill about every little thing. He's probably going to go into details about how close can you get into the basement from the door. The interviews. Why did you not get up immediately when in the morning? All that bullshit. The usual garbage things they do in those tactics. The usual stuff. But yeah. Let me see. Hey, NCTC. As long as she's not driving by the kid. No comment. No comment. I'm sure there's proof, but, usually when you say accused means they're charged. You know what I mean? That's the thing I'm kind of like Grant should be very careful of because, by that standard, I can accuse you of being a murderer and then just go out in front of your house and say, you're accused murderer, even though you're not charged. That could be an issue. Now, I can say Karen Reed's an accused murderer because she's being charged with it. All I'm on this case is I'm watching the Daybell trial. Oh, okay. Well, whatever. Let me see. 1 second. 1 second. Queen is quiet. I hope everything's okay. Her Queen's got like a...
Yep, my little one's just sitting here babbling.
Okay. I was like, where? I was like,
no, this is kind of rude because he's sitting here talking to me and you're standing here trying to tell me stuff too when you should be in there laying down watching TV, because you're not, not feeling well. So
yeah, yeah, it's kind of.
Oh, that's just what it is. I mean, if you.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't like so far they showed pictures of like the location a little bit without the snow so far, and that's pretty much I mean, I have to watch to listen to the exact part because that's what I'm up to date with. I didn't listen to the rest of it yet. I thought it was a stuffed animal. Who's a stuffed animal? Let me see. A little one babbling in your ear and beats him babbling in the other. Oh my God, freaking Curvy. Don't give her ideas.
That's exactly what was going on. I beats him talking about Karen Reed in one ear and this one talking about other stuff in the other ear.
Yeah. So did you hear the part where they basically got a little girl to hand Karen Reed flowers in a publicity stunt yesterday?
What?
Yeah.
No, I didn't. Let me see.
Here's
we need some laughs. Let me see.
Here's the still shot photo. And I gotta find the video. But basically, they got some kid to hand flowers, and that's the photo. The kid handing flowers. They got the cameras all rolling for that. One of the kids. I tossed the video, the photo in the back for you. Let me see if I can find the video.
You said you put it in the back?
Yeah, just the photo. Well,
Oh my God. Are you serious?
I'm not joking with you. And Gagnetti, I'm like, you really guys are really trying at this point. You're getting you get one of your fans' kids to hand you flowers now on the camera. I'm sitting here like, oh my God, bro, what is going on? Because she looks so fucking mad all the time. Like really, really mad all the fucking time. And it's kind of weird. It's like really weird at this point. You know? So I don't know, man. It's just so weird. Let me see. Oh yeah, I got the, if you go to Tom's CPU, if you go to like 336 of yesterday, I can toss you a link. You can actually I can show you the link with the little girl. They have the little girl handing flowers. But yeah, that's here's the video. It's from Tom's CPU. And if you actually go to
Oh, Firefly gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, baby. I appreciate that. Thank you for showing some love. If y'all got one, make sure you guys tell her thank you. Dropping some love in the chat, baby.
what do you think of that, basically, to like have one of your fans' kids try to hand flowers to her over in front of all the media?
Oh, I think it's a publicity stunt. Same thing, just to make her, it's to humanize her pretty much for all the cameras and, the news and that stuff.
Yeah, if you go to 337 on the video I topped you, like with Tom's CPU, you will actually see the video of them trying to get the kid to give flowers to her on a camera. And even with that flower being handed to her, she seems so awkward. Like, okay. Like Gennetti's trying to act human. It's really weird. It's kind of very weird, actually, if you think about it. It's like they lack human emotions. From yesterday. They're going to try to do the flower thing stunt again today, I heard from people.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the timestamp for this one?
The timestamp would be 3 hours and 37 minutes.
Jeez. All right, here, hold on. Let's see here. 337.
Yeah, in the video I tossed you. Yeah, I tossed you in the back link.
I know. I got
bring everybody with
to find 337. All right, let's see.
Did I toss you the wrong video?
No.
I think you're using it.
Okay, so they're walking outside, right?
Yeah, it's at 337.
Yeah, I was trying to get back to 337 first. Right here, right? This is where we're at.
A little bit more down.
You can see it, huh?
Yes. You're a little bit further down.
Yeah. There's 337 right here on the money.
Okay, so play it from there.
What, the little kid don't want to hand him over?
The kid eventually hands the flowers.
He's like, man, fuck, I wanted to keep these pretty flowers.
Look how mad she looks all the time when she gets out of court.
She's been waiting for you all day long.
She's been waiting for you all day long by the cameras. We've got her. Here, I got the toy to give her for the flowers so I can look good to the press. She had that toy available for her.
That's so cute. That's so cute. Can I get a high five? I told you. Done. I love it. I love it.
Got it, absolutely.
Wow, they just ducked out after they did the hand clap, and they just said they were like, okay, we did our publicity shots. Let's go, guys. Let's go. We gotta go. That looked really good for the cameras.
I got it.
And send them back.
Where do you get all these? I'm going to be in the New York Post, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but they're not going to write.
Oh, everybody get your cameras ready. Everybody, lights, camera, action. Hurry, get your cameras ready. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
I heard about her nephew Sharon.
Oh, we're swapping.
Oh,
Right.
yeah, there we go. I like it. I like it. Yeah.
Here's a flower, guys.
See you later. Good job.
Are you gonna give her that toy, or are you just gonna keep it, Karen?
Good ambassador.
Or we'll trade back next time every day.
Give it back to Karen.
I don't feel
Good. They're swapping.
That's so nice.
Interesting. Interesting.
Who does Karen run up and hug when they first get there? There's a guy that she runs down to the sidewalk and she hugs him.
I don't know. I didn't see that one. Here's the video of Karen outside. I tossed the video in the back of like from Twitter. Basically, what it says here is, please meet Janet Reed, mother of accused murderer Karen Reed, who sounds like she's having such a wonderful time laughing and giggling and talking about bringing a cup to pee in the car. Listen to the end where she admits that the Reed family loves aiding Kearney, aka Turtle Boy, the man accused of witness intimidation in this case.
What the hell?
So that's the video. I put it in the back. It's like a Twitter video. She's like, what the hell? Wait a minute. Cup to pee in? What's going on? I might be, yeah, let me see. I still think I need to be a politician. Just got to remember to shake hands and kiss babies, not shake baby. Oh my God. I almost read that too. Jesus Christ. I was grinning like I'm winning was hitting the mark. Yeah. Let me see. All the pieces of me shattered as the crowd was chanting more. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't think I would want to be like Karen, to be honest with you. Accused of murdering your boyfriend in your late 40s, having weirdos named Turtle Boy, fighting for you and the glare. I think I'd rather be like, working, doing anything other than that. Like if the person told me, I'd rather be like unemployed, sitting at home, like doing anything other than that. That's terrible. I'm dead. Is that her first pen pal for prison? Oh, don't say that. That little girl has a future. Carrie doesn't. I'm going to allow myself. Yeah. B-Tim is singing Thai lyrics. Who's Thai lyrics? But yeah, anyway. Witnesses yesterday kind of like made the defense sound like whack jobs, where they basically tried to never crack her. They used the storyline from Monster House to basically claim, and they got it wrong. Cullen was never on the was the one throwing the beer cans or anything like that. And made the actual witnesses look good, actually, with his cross-examination, how they kind of smiled and they had fun with John. They liked John, and they took pictures of John and made the defense look like a bunch of whack jobs, in my opinion. Today, so far, they're probably going to do the same thing. They have no fucking clue what they're doing. And I think like they're building themselves up to be in a bad position because they're saying, oh, Carrie never had no fights while in the actual house, like while around you. They were a loving couple. They loved each other. And then they're going to be the text messages that are going to come out at the night of at 1 o'clock when she calls him a fucking pervert. I hate your guts. We can actually listen to the transcript. Here's the video actually of the voicemail of what she says at 1 o'clock when John is dying in the snow. She's screaming into the cell phone. Let me see. Here, I put the video in the back as well. That says, so she basically says, in such words as, let me see, you are fucking using me right now. She's probably drunk. That's probably why she's not really typing too well. You are fucking another girl. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself. A fucking pervert. Calling John a pervert. John, fucking, I hate you. John, I fucking hate you. And such things like that, where she says this at 1 o'clock after John is allegedly lying in the snow dying. Really shows that they were not fighting and they did not have a problem with their relationship at all. Not at all. Actually, let me see. Yeah. So that shows it. Brilliant. But that's going to really look good when they're going to try to say that they weren't fighting and they start reading those voicemails and text messages to the jury and find out that Mr. Yannetti is a fucking liar and is a sleazy snake that will do almost anything to get his client off, including, accusing innocent people who are probably like literally the foundation of society, where they're very nice people, they haven't done anything wrong, and they're being accused and harassed by wackadoos. By the way, the Taillight Project has died, and that was something called Operation Taillight Project, because of 2 days ago when they showed the video of the 8:20, I think it was 8:20 in the morning, that the taillight was broken, making Sean look like an idiot, the retired DEA agent, made Turtle Boy look even further dumb. But, I don't know how dumb you can make a guy like that. I mean, he's already pretty pathetic. He's 2 feet tall. He's like 5 foot tall, lives in his mom's basement, destroyed his marriage. And he's literally getting thrown. He's become like a pariah in society, where he's being thrown out. Honestly, I wondered why Court TV or News Nation has him on, but I think they let him on because they're like, we got to let the freak on, like the sideshows, you let like the freaks to come out, and it's like, we got the freak that we got to have to come out. We'll attract some people to watch. Maybe next they'll give him a chicken to, like in the old days, the geeks, they used to like bite the chickens off, like the heads off of chickens for the crowd. Maybe that'll be the next sideshow when they let him on, because like everything this guy has said is wrong. The amount of snow on that day, he said it was 2 inches, wrong. The taillight being broken by Proctor, wrong. The glass fibers being sprinkled on the clothes, wrong. Dog bites, wrong. What has this guy gotten right? The only thing I could think of was that he got right, and I will give credit because probably the defense told him this, was the solo cups. That was it. And it wasn't even right for the right reason. He didn't even tell us the right reason about how the solo cups were near the bumper of the car. It was just that they were in solo cups. So these people, even when they are right, are wrong. Everything he said is wrong. And honestly, if I had any sympathy, if Turtle Boy wasn't such a piece of shit, I'd actually feel pity for him. He's a sad man who's going to live in his mom's basement. I feel bad for his mom. I mean, like, his mom is dealing with a lot. I really do feel bad. And she has to deal with this guy too. So I feel bad for his mom. This guy is living in his mom's basement right now, doing YouTube videos with a blue screen in the background. And he's literally facing like 19 charges. He is probably going to jail. I would probably have a higher belief that he's going to jail more so than Karen Reed, to be honest with you. Like, I'm like 80% sure that she's going to jail, maybe 75%. Him, I'm like 90%. Because this man is an idiot. His lawyer is an idiot. His lawyer probably wants him to go to jail, to be honest with you, so he can argue in front of the Supreme Court while his client rots in jail, and it becomes a First Amendment issue and whatnot. And Turtle Boy is too dumb to realize that his lawyer is setting him up for even more failure. I mean, any good lawyer would tell you, hey, maybe you shouldn't be in the courtroom that you're being accused of committing multiple crimes at. To the witnesses, and that they could actually add more charges to you. Maybe, just maybe, you shouldn't make incriminating statements on YouTube. But yet, it's the opposite. It's because, number one, his lawyer is being paid. He fucked up his Netflix deal. I mean, he will be on Netflix, that's for sure. Not in the way that he wants to be. He will be like the sideshow freak on Netflix. He will be the sad person on Netflix. And it will not be a good ending for him, sadly enough. Can you imagine Toilet Bowl as your dad? Yeah, he's a sad human being. Take a breath. Oh, like no one's else up here to talk to, so I kind of have to talk, fortunately, except for Queen. I think Queen's dealing with some things here and there. But it's a sad day for Mr. Turtle Boy. He lives in his mom's basement. He's facing 19 charges and going to jail. His lawyer's fucking giving him the worst advice in the world. I mean, that's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard, him actually trying to go into the courtroom to confront the witnesses that has charges against him in a separate case. And then his lawyer comes in and he makes up this bullshit excuse. Judge, I had another matter that I was here for. And the judge basically says, yeah, I was ruling on it later. So guy was full of shit. I know about lawyers. I know a little bit about lawyers. And lawyers are usually not going to hang around 3-4 hours early so that you can just fucking sit around, do nothing. Lawyers get paid per hour. Lawyers' times are very important. It's not like they have infinite amount of time. They sometimes have an hour, 2 hours. They could be doing depositions. They could be doing trials. They could be doing a slew of other things. They're not just sitting around the courtroom all day. Maybe if they were like of counsel and they were like freelance attorneys that could just stand around the courtroom and maybe get an appearance here and an appearance there. But Mr. Bradle is not a freelance. It's not like a of counsel attorney. He is an actual attorney, probably a partner. I gotta check his firm. I never really checked. But the guy is known. And he's...
Hey, BTM, I didn't want you to pass out.
Hey, bro.
What's up, bro?
Worried about you passing out. I came up to talk to you.
What's up?
I got a question. Okay. So the judge, he has to leave. Okay. But then she says that she will not be filling that seat.
Yeah, so basically what's happening, he has to leave for certain witnesses that he has charges pending against him for. But his seat is not going to be given away while he's outside. Let's say the first witness is the witness he's told to leave for, and then an EMT worker comes in in the middle. He can come back and sit back down in the same seat for the EMT worker, and his seat's not going to be given away in between when he's being kicked out of the courtroom.
I get that, but so every day, so if one of those possible witnesses and he's, let's say that he's in there, and then one of those 7, 8, 50 million witnesses that he cannot be in there, they're called, then he leaves. Tom sits out there in his diaper at 4 a.m, gets him a spot. Then every day, then that's just taking away a seat from a real journalist.
Yes.
That's wrong. Sorry.
Yes. That's taking seats. Such a brilliant take. This guy heard about the candy being given to the 9-year-old, and he thought that was the real. We got the truth finally, guys. They killed O'Keefe because they scared John O'Keefe scared the 9-year-old, and he gave candy to the kid. That was his take. It wasn't a wholesome moment of a good neighbor, a nice guy who really loved children. And that's another thing I like to point out. They're really disrespecting John O'Keefe here. They want you to believe that he's a drunk, that he yells at kids all the time to get off his lawn, that he's some miserable monster. And it's guys, no, the guy was a very nice guy. He was a hard worker. He stepped up his responsibilities and helped his family. He was liked by the fucking whole group. Yeah, that's what they're trying to imply. They're trying to imply that he's Nevercracker, which is basically some old creepy guy who scares children off his lawn because the storyline is his wife is literally possessing the house and kills the children. And then the reason why the final kid he tries to scare away to save the kid from being killed by his ghost wife, he has a heart attack or something on the lawn and passes out, which is pretty weird. That's kind of the same way John is on the lawn and he gets hit by a car and ends up on a lawn. Kind of weird thing to say, but whatever. But
that's I don't know. My dad was one of those dads where it's our grass looked like carpet. It was it was perfection. So if you rode your bike in the grass, holy smash. Yeah. But he was the first one out buying ice cream, from the ice cream man. It's stop it. And you have to remember, buddy, this is a play. You know, it's like everything is very, you know, their tone, Jackson's tone. You know, I love how Jackson, like, you know, had to bend down and, you know, the little, you know, little girl thought, and shame on that mother for bringing that little girl out there. And then, you know, what? She wants her to be in the Netflix special, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know why you would bring your child to a murder trial.
Right. Or your pet, you know,
I mean,
why
your
bring your
pet.
dog,
I
you know?
mean, your dog. Okay, they don't really care about the murder trial. You know what I mean? Like, it's a dog. It's probably gonna take a piss in the field
It's,
somewhere.
it's ridiculous.
But like your kid, you're gonna expose your kid to like all this media attention and all these wackadoo cameras.
Right. People that wear Depends to pee on themselves, to tinkle on themselves to keep themselves warm. Just a bunch of weirdos, man. Don't
Yeah,
be around my family. No, that's all right. But I personally would love to send flowers, you know, put like poison ivy and have it covered in like live bees, you know, from the hive, baby, from the hive. I vote
yeah.
for
There's gonna
that.
be there's gonna be no audio or video of the children testifying.
Right.
But the problem is I'm worried about like members of the press, and I don't think their kids were like named as the people he's not supposed to be there for. And I'm worried that this idiot is going to fucking bring a recording in or try to record these children while he's sitting there as the member of the press. You know what I mean?
Yeah, did you read the order? I read the order. And it was very specific. I mean, there's nothing, no pictures, no audio, no video. It won't be streamed. I mean, nothing. And that's good. I mean, that's real good. But I do worry that, once you tell certain people no, then they do more things to basically give you the middle finger and say, yeah, I will do this, which I'm all for. The kids need to be protected. And one thing I really loved that one thing I thought was weird is when Bradle said, basically, fuck the witnesses and their feelings, sorry. But then the judge came back and said, my one thing is getting her a fair trial. And
Yeah,
if a witness, that's getting her a fair trial, and she can't say getting John justice, of course, but having a fair trial is her number one priority.
well, you know what? I mean, like the guy is like this free speech. He wants to do like this free speech absolutist type of shit. But like, let's say we did the same thing. Let's say a group of us decided to say we're going to cover Turtle Boy, and we
Right.
decided to, or like JLR, and JLR was like going to like telling his fans to protest in front of like Turtle Boy's house and proceed to like call up his family members and prank call them, curse them out every night, put their social security numbers out, harass the Turtle Boy's children, his wife. Would
Right.
Bradle be okay with that type of free speech? Because
Right.
to me, that sounds like anarchy. To me,
Right.
if that happened to my family and
Huh.
the justice system did nothing to help me,
Huh.
you're gonna have a vigilante situation happening. You're
Yeah.
gonna have multiple people deciding if the justice system's not going to protect me and it's gonna work against me, then maybe I'm gonna have to go out there and do something.
Well, and that's when you get vigilante justice. That's when you get I might mess with my family. I'm just saying, like and I don't know. It just shows a lot that what all's been done to Colin Albert. You know, um, as a parent. mm,
Yeah,
mm.
it's an outrageous argument by Bradle to sit
Yeah,
there and says, "Who cares if the
right.
witnesses are being intimidated?"
Well, he's
Well,
like, so what for their feelings? He said the word feelings.
yeah. So what about their feelings, sir? What if these witnesses were for your case,
Mhm.
and they were like, and the people testifying for your client's benefit, and there was a guy there that would intimidate your witnesses? You would want them thrown the fuck out
Right,
immediately. And
right.
this is the like the crux, and this is the problem with a lot of the situations here. A lot of people are claiming that this guy is a member of the press. No, the member of the press is a person that reports on news and is actively trying not to be in the middle of it. It's not people that decide to be, I'm a member of the press today, and in an hour, like a member of the press this hour, and another hour, I'm actually a protester. It's
Yeah.
like, no, it doesn't work that way, sir.
And I got confused because when they were talking about how he got, and I said certified. I mean, he is certified nuts, but as far as media certified, I used the wrong term. I shouldn't have. He was approved to be there, not certified, but he was approved. But due to his own actions, then then he couldn't be of his own actions.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, Brianna, that the defense knew that he was like going to be there, and they wanted him there particularly for Friday, because he was talking a lot. Turtle Boys was talking a lot about being there on Friday, how it really was important to be there on Friday, and he was trying to be there on Thursday, like he was trying to be there earlier, but like Grant stopped him by being on the line, so he really wanted to be there Friday. And my guess is the defense wanted him to sit right in the back row to be seen by the witnesses and to be harassed.
Yeah.
All right, you have a good one, Limey. No, non-grifting dumpster squirrel. Interesting name. Glory's running her wild. Yeah, let me see. That's how Batman and that Punisher was created. Justice fucked them over, and they did their own justice. Batman. Okay, I said Batman. Like I'm thinking, like for a moment there, I had a brain fart, and I was thinking like a guy with a bat, like just running around hitting people in the head, and I just forgot about Batman for a moment. I just had that situation.
Yeah, and what Cappy said, disclaimer, the statements made on this panel are hypothetical situations for the sake of argument that are stated for entertainment purposes only.
Yeah, no one's telling anyone to harass Turtle Boy or anything like that.
It's not a dog whistle. We don't do that here.
But I'm trying to say, like, these are scenarios. These are, like, basically examples of how that would be completely fucking disgusting and garbage thing to do, and I would call out immediately. But that's the thing. These people don't see that way. They don't think to themselves, like, hey, this could be done to my side. And it's always good when it's on your side of the argument, when you can do it to other people. But when it's done to you, it's all shit. Like, remember how he acted when JLR was standing in front of his house before?
That's what I was just going to bring up. That, it's like, oh, I'm going to call the police. Now, the police are dirty. They're all corrupt. They're all nasty. They're all horrible people. But I'm going to call them when there's an idiot walking down my street. Not up at my door, not spitting in my driveway, not saying, hey, that's his house. Not doing all that stuff, but he loses his mind, rushes there, but calls the police. See, the hypocritical, can't do it.
Well, I mean, like with that EBD, what was it?
Emily D. Baker.
Emily D. Baker. I just think like she doesn't know the whole situation. I think she's like coming in there. And but you know what? I kind of hold it against her, because if I was sitting here, I would be like, okay, who is this Turtle Boy? Especially today, when you're seeing like Bradle making arguments about having Turtle Boy, I'd be like, wait a minute, who is this Turtle Boy guy? What's the situation with him?
And she is looking at it. She didn't look at everything. She doesn't know all the things. And I love Emily D. Baker. But one thing that I think it is a little bit biased is that she does know, now not super well, but she did work in the same court. Sorry, I got an airplane going over. The same court with Jackson. So she has met Jackson. And you do have a professional bias. I mean,
yeah, that's true. I mean,
and I think that kind of plays into it a little bit. And everybody's different, We just, I just have to think, like, what does the jury think? Like, even with the Tad Daybell stuff, it's like, their first time they're hearing zombies and, all this wild stuff, I'm like, oh my God.
But with when it comes to like basically the jury, I think probably the things that are going to stick out is probably like the stuff like, for instance, I would say like the solo cups. They really pushed the solo cups. That they got to push.
But it wasn't planted. It wasn't. Was it sloppy? Yes. Was it not good? Yes. Was it planted evidence to cover them doing a killing a fellow officer? No. But did it look bad? Yes. But I mean, I get the whole solo. It's like we were talking about. They had to kind of pull a MacGyver because, like he even said, we have plastic things for sharps. We have small containers, plastic containers to put things in, but they didn't have anything for snow with blood in it, and they were in the middle of a blizzard, and they got what they got. They put it in what they had to put it in. They're not running it for bacteria. So as far as it being sterile and all this other shit, that's to me is ridiculous. But okay. And then I saw somebody write in chat a couple days ago. Well, they should have used urine cups, like sterile urine cups. Well, I'm sure if they would have had sterile urine cups, they would have done it. But they used what they could use. It was just the where they put that evidence in relationship to that car that was sloppy to me. It should have never been around that car. But that's just me. Do I think that proves that it was this huge conspiracy with the medical examiner, all the EMT workers, the whole street that didn't come out of the house? No. It was just human error. And we're all human.
I think also there's a lot of turtle riders in her chat, and she's following them because they outnumber the rest of the 15K. Yeah, I think so.
And it should be. Yeah.
No, that's not. It shouldn't be. But
no, it could be. That could be it.
That could be it. Oh, I thought you said should be.
No,
but
I
just think like a lot of times, like with this case, you have to think logically, and you have to think of it like this. Okay, let's say we go into the realm of fantasy right now. We're in the realm of fantasy. We're put our imagination caps on, and we go out and we imagine that John goes in the house and in less than 5 minutes gets beat up, attacked by a dog, and then without and they all decide to hold up this conspiracy. They all decide to keep their mouths shut and toss John back out at like 2:30 or something in the morning or something like that, right? And they initially don't plan on framing Karen because they don't know nothing about her stating, hit me, I hit him. They don't know nothing about her taillight. They just initially think as their best course of action, their best plan is that after they beat him up and have their dog attack him, to put him outside right in front of their house. And then they all go about their day like nothing happened. They go to bed, they they do everything. And then basically later on that night, when Karen calls up about, where's John and everything, and starts making her statements and telling about her taillight, they says, you know what, guys? Change of plan. I know we all agreed that we were just going to say that he was out there and, he's just got hit by a snowplow or something. But you know what? Karen Reed just told us that she broke her taillight, and she keeps on saying she could have hit him or did I hit him? So let's frame her. And so while they're doing this framing, they get Proctor somehow, magically, without any phone records. And they inform him, hey, sir, make sure you go to that house, right? And get all 37 taillight pieces, right? Or someone, right? Dig through that snow and find it. Make sure you're not recorded. Rebury that snow. Get that stuff. And then between 8 to 5, go to the location and rebury it, right? Even though they don't even know where the car is until much, much later, they somehow do it. Does that make any fucking sense?
No. And then you have to get the medical examiner. You have to get all the other, everybody on the, I don't know. I said, like opening stuff, to me, I cannot wait for the closing argument. I can't wait for the closing, because that's when you take it all together, put it all together, put it, in a package, tie it with a bow, and hand it to the jury. And I want to see how this huge conspiracy, they're going to lay out, and then how the Commonwealth is going to come back, because jurors are citizens of that community. We're not of that community. Well, I don't know if anybody in here is, but we're not of that community. So they know, like, well, yeah, I could have a picture of me, with, so-and-so that's a friend of so-and-so. It's like they are human. And one thing you have to remember is jurors, they're just citizens. They have common sense too.
Okay, so now they want next. Let's go to the next theory. They keep on I saw the lawyer was highlighting. Oh my God, he's a select man. he was donated money for his position to get up there, like one of the witnesses yesterday, the other bald guy that was there. And I'm like sitting there, it's like he's a selectman. Like, do you realize that that's not really like? Let me read you the jobs, like what he does: Beautification Committee, Cable Advisory Committee, Canton Cultural Council, Canton's Veterans Council, Canton Walk and Bike and Hike Committee, Commission on Disability, Community Preservation Committee, Comprehensive Water Resource Management Plan, Conservation Committee, Council on Aging, Economic Development Commission, Health Insurance Advisory
A whole
Committee.
bunch of nothing.
Yeah, like you are trying to make me believe that the select board member has enough power to blackmail like the chief of police?
Right.
To cover up a murder?
Right. And all those committees, like the Committee on Aging,
It's a
those help people.
conspiracy.
Yeah, all those like help keep your community beautiful. The Commission on Aging, every community has one. It helps people with resources in their area that might not be covered, like case managers for. They're just advocates for the elderly. So you're okay, but you also went after the EMT. So there you go. Good job.
So here, Queen, here's the Tom CPU clip of basically, I put it back again, of Karen Reed's parents saying how much they love Turtle Boy.
Does anybody know how Turtle Boy, Toilet Boy, how he reacted when he came out of the courtroom today?
I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did anybody get his reaction? I wonder if Tom got it. Tom CPU.
That's what I was
I think
wondering.
he probably got it.
Let's see Tom CPU today.
I bet Tom's depends were in a wad today.
Tom was very upset, probably.
Yeah.
Yes, he was. Well, he got yelled at by Grant right off the top.
See, I didn't see any of that.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Let me see. We have video. I mean, I seen the photo of like him being sad, Aiden, in the courtroom. He was really sad.
Yeah.
That Turtle Boy got kicked out.
Butter, exactly. Is Tom ever not upset? Very true. His depends are always in a wad.
Tom is going to be irrelevant after this. Like, let's be
so irrelevant.
Like, let's be real, Tom. What's going to happen is like two things going to happen. Let's say Karen Reed gets acquitted. You're going to do a couple of videos, content on it. You're going to do like a little bit of a victory lap. But at the end of the day, what's going to happen is it's going to drop off eventually. And then you're all going to fight each other like rats on a sinking ship. Whoever gets on that last piece of wood or gets that last piece of crumb to get content and money. And Karen Reed is going to try to distance herself from you, Turtle Boy. Either way. Maybe not in jail. When she's in jail, she might try to use you, like, again. But if she gets acquitted of this, she's going to, like, immediately distance herself from you. Mainly,
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Mainly because she'll have bigger and better things to move on to. And you are a liability. And then what's going to happen to you, Karen, is that Turtle Boy, you're going to be the new target of Turtle Boy's harassment campaign. And he's going to reverse on you.
Yeah. Well, and I look in Tom. I have this superpower, like I can look in Tom's future,
and I look into his eyes.
Well, no, I never look into his eyes, but I see a future of an eBay where he'll be selling the sweatshirt that was given to him and the tie that was given to him, and his lightly used sex toys on eBay again. That's going to be.
Is there like a rumor? Did he actually sell sex toys on the internet?
That's what Turtle Boy called him out for. That's what Turtle Boy went after him years ago, apparently, and then he had to kiss the ring, and now. Yeah.
I mean, like.
But they're lightly used, BTM.
What do you mean lightly used?
I don't know. If you lightly use your sex toy, you're not using it right.
What do you mean? He's selling, like, that can't be real. That's just a joke, right?
No.
You're telling me that he
That's what I heard. I don't know. I hadn't seen it because I don't. That's not in my Amazon cart. I don't know. I don't look for that on Etsy.
Oh my god! I try to go to the Turtle Boy site and it just fucking immediately freezes.
I think Kate on Masshole. I think she's talked about it.
I thought she was joking, like like a joke.
No.
Like
That's what he did. That's that. I mean, that's the way I took it. It wasn't a joke. Look, my husband's sitting here and he's just shaking his head. He's like, "Oh," he said, "Oh my God, yeah, I'm in trouble." It's a real thing, honey. So he doesn't understand this. You can't explain it to him.
No, I can't understand selling used toys like that.
Well, what's his name that comes up here a lot? He's with Kate. He's the one that talked about
Corrosive.
it too. Yeah, corrosive. Yeah, he's the one. Yeah, he was talking about the video and the blog that Turtle Boy put out and all that.
Yeah. So getting back to it.
Sorry.
Jesus Christ. I'm supposed to believe a guy from the select board has enough juice to basically, and a retired cop and a bunch of other, low-end cops are going to be able to control the police department to cover up a murder. And not only cover up, also manipulate the accident reconstruction people, the medical examiner, the district attorney, a judge, and then proceed to also trick the FBI?
Yeah.
That makes no sense. No sense at all.
It doesn't. And then those people have to be able to influence a medical examiner, citizen, all the neighbors. It makes no sense. Everybody's in on it. So, okay. The dog. I mean, come on. Dog with no bottom teeth.
Well, it's like a lot of ridiculous things that this guy does. I mean, it's just a ridiculous theory. And people that push this theory, I mean, normally I don't mind people who have like a belief in something.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's interesting. He retired and sold his house. Welcome to fucking aging. First off, he was planning on selling this house. It was established, if Emily Baker listened with the last witness yesterday, it was established that he was planning on selling his house beforehand because the kids were growing up. They wanted to downsize their house and to get a smaller house and to sell the old one. Okay. Now, I'm guessing that they probably really wanted to sell their house afterwards when you had a patrol car, a bunch of people coming by and protesting, trying to video inside your house with a camera on a live stream, and also a bunch of people showing up in front of your house and maybe spitting on your driveway. I think that prompted them to really want to sell their house.
Right. They took the first. They were already thinking about it, but they probably took the first bid after people were, educated nurses were driving down the road spitting in the driveway. So
yeah, I think that
I did that at 57. Your life changes. There's seasons to your life, and I did it at 57. Sold a huge house and moved to where I live and love it. And it's just a different phase in your life.
Okay,
it's no big deal. But I guess I'm
Okay, so they said Mrs. Albert said today they listed it in October and November. Okay.
Well, I don't blame them for moving. I'd be moving too, Thank you, Firefly. Thank you so much. I can't see who got it. You're so sweet. What's Grant saying? I can't pull up his Twitter when I'm up here.
He hasn't posted much. Let me see again. Give me a second.
But I just think it's so unfair that if Tom sits out there in a diaper at 4:00 in the morning for his hero,
Jesus Christ, with you with Tom. Holy fuck.
I have an issue with him. If he sits out there and gets him a spot and then a witness from that list is called, then they're not going to fill that spot for I mean, if I was the media, I would be livid. You
Yeah.
know, I mean, if I was court TV and a moron, I'd be livid. I'm just saying.
Let me see. So was it October 2020?
Brianna,
Was it
I didn't know
October?
that.
Was it Brunswick Scissor? Was it October 2022 or was it October of 2021? Brunswick Scissors.
I don't know if they know. Brianna, I didn't know that. I didn't know that you couldn't retire from the police. That it has to be approved.
Oh, so they
21.
wait a minute. So they listed it before the murder.
Firefly, thank you.
Yeah. So they listed it before.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Sorry about that. You can.
That's all right. Go ahead, man.
So Runs with Scissors, they listed the house in October or November of 2021, and John was found dead on January. Oh my God. On January 2022. So that means they listed the house before the death of John O'Keefe, destroying that conspiracy
Have a good
theory.
day, JP.
You have a good one too, JP.
What are you talking about, B-Tim? What now?
Okay. You know how everyone keeps on talking about how the Alberts sold their house? And they keep on saying they sold the house afterwards? So apparently, according to Nicole Albert, and this is from Brunswick, says I have to listen to the stream, they listed the house being sold in October or November of 2021. John was died in January 29, 2022. So they were listing the house to sell before John was even, while John was alive, like months before, in October or November. So that means that what prompted them to the whole conspiracy theory that they tried to get rid of the house because of, they killed an officer on the yard is debunked, if that's the case.
And another one.
And then they said they didn't move until October of 2023. Yeah, so they probably listed the house.
April.
And then after the events of what happened, it became a nightmare to motherfucking sell. Probably.
Right.
And they sold it for less because there was a dead cop in front of the yard that died, and there's a bunch of mouth breathers harassing them. Brianna, if they have 20... So that basically destroys their conspiracy theory. Another one. So, Ange Cardi, basically what is the situation is that the big conspiracy theory about all these people was that they sold the house to cover their tracks.
But they had their house on the market before John was
dead.
Yeah.
Months before John was dead.
Correct.
And the only reason, and it sold in April of 2023, probably because, just like how everyone knows real estate understands, you can list your house, doesn't mean you're going to sell it. And especially if a couple of months later, someone dies on January, if someone dies on your lawn, it's probably going to be a nightmare to sell that house.
Well, and I think you have to disclose, in most states, you have to disclose if there was a crime at that house, whether you committed it or not, that there was an actual crime scene at that house. That has to be disclosed upon selling it. Plus, when you go look at it, you see if there's weirdos,
And they also, and the defense and Runs with Sisters, they prevented his brother testimony on it yesterday as well. See, that just shows you how slimy these people are. It's this changes a lot. This absolutely changes a lot of the whole conspiracy that they sold the house because it was this grand, they wanted to cover their tracks. And just like how it say, I think someone said it in the chat earlier. They said if they were the killers, they probably keep the house so they could have control of the evidence. You would probably keep the house.
Right.
You wouldn't try to sell it years later. It just wouldn't make sense to do that.
Well, if you were going to do that too, and you're a police officer, would you put him out in your front yard? No.
Yeah, that was that.
If I'm gonna kill somebody, I'm gonna get him off my property.
Yeah, and you have to think if you are into true crime, you have to think in the terms of what the criminal would be thinking. So the criminal would not know about Karen breaking her taillight and supposedly breaking her taillight with hitting back of John's car with it. But they wouldn't know that Karen would be stating, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. So their best plan was to put him in the front of the yard with just hoping that they can accuse a snowplow driver of doing it.
Right.
And these are cops.
Right.
One is I think one is a DEA agent, I think. So, I mean, this is the best plan? No, that would make no sense. 0 sense. And you see how dishonest the fucking defense is being, where they don't want the facts out there. They don't want the facts out there. They're and that's very important perspective. There are tightrope walking motions in line. I can't say that word. They're violating motions in line with their final questions. For some reason, they're being voted as fantastic defense lawyers. They're slimy. Yeah, they're very slimy. Thank you for reading that. I mean, they're being very slimy, and they're being very, very manipulative. And I don't know if I would ever want. I don't think this should be like championed by anyone.
But okay, well, I gotta hop down. I gotta go give little girl her medicine for the day. And thanks for letting me come up, Queen. Take a deep breath, BTM. Take a deep breath. I want to see what happened outside the courthouse when Turtle Boy came out. You know, and how he spun this. That's you know.
See. I don't know. I think he's a very foolish man. We'll see what happens.
Foolish. He's a moron. He's a dangerous weirdo. But anyway, that's just me. Y'all have a good day.
I do know that he lied to his audience. He did say, on a brief break, this is Turtle Boy, on a brief break, and my attorney Tim Bradle is speaking with the Judge Canone. Lots of people asking why, but he is here on a completely unrelated matter as far as I know. He told me he has, let me read it. He told me he has a client with a scheduled hearing in front of Kanoa today. No clue what they are talking about. Then Tim Daniel says, I just spoke with Aiden Kearney, attorney Tim Bradle. He says he's here because the prosecution has requested Aiden Kearney. So he lied to his audience yet again. Says he has no idea why his attorney Tim Bradle, Bradle's there at that time. And then he self-snitches with another person when he talks to him. Brilliant idea. Brilliant idea, Aiden Kearney. You're a brilliant you're a tactician. You're a fucking idiot, by the way. Let me see.
Why the hell did I just turn this on? And as soon as I did, I rolled it back and clicked right on the fucking part where he walks out. Look.
Oh my God. Wow.
Bam. Yeah, I clicked it back right on time. Here, I got to scoot it back a little bit more. Where
Okay, cool. It's meant to be. Synchronicity.
Right.
This is synchronicity.
This intimidation now and use that as a way to insulate these people who are quite clearly lying. We've seen them lie time and time again about a murder investigation.
Wow, he's so short.
A Boston police officer. What they're doing is disgraceful. They're trampling on the First Amendment, and they're trying to prevent justice for John O'Keefe, and they're trying to frame
lies
in doing so.
What's your plan now that you're allowed in sometimes?
So we're going to go to the SJC. We're going right to the SJC. We're going to, because there's a higher court than this. Beverly County is not the highest court in the land. Speech issues often in higher courts are overturned when judges like Canoni issue egregious unconstitutional orders. So we'll be doing that. And in the meantime, I'm getting from being in here for like 10 witnesses, I guess. They listed them all. But they don't tell us ahead of time who's going to be testifying. So how am I supposed to know each day, who's on the witness list? When can I come in? When can't I come in? So I'll be here as often as I can. I earned my press credential. I have the right to be here. But the Commonwealth is apparently so threatened by little old me in the courtroom that they think that somehow, big bad Brian Albert's going to have a chilling effect. He's not going to be able to testify. The truth of the matter is that I make them nervous in there because they know I'm watching and they know I'm reporting on this stuff. And you even heard it today from Julie Albert. She called him Truth of Bukaki twice. That's what I call him. That's what I jokingly call him. Do not Google that, by the way. Do not Google that. You will regret it. but his name is Buchanan, and she called him Buchanan twice because she listens to my show and she watches it, and these people are obsessed with me, and they don't want me in there because I'm getting in their head simply by being in there at all. So that's it. So we'll be fighting this, and hopefully we'll win. If not, I'm going to keep reporting on it regardless. So, and we're going to get justice for John and Carrie. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. By the way, your seat sucks, by the way.
Well, I'm going to head back. Yeah, I'm going to head back to Boston now, straight from there. Yeah, I'm going on Grace at Grace at 1:30, Howie at 4:30. Okay, good.
Oh, Aiden.
Thank you guys.
Good job, Aiden. Sorry about that.
No, I'm used to it.
Yeah, but enough. I mean, really?
I'm used to it.
I want you in there. Yeah, but I think I'd much rather hear you live stream.
Right, that's true. That's a good point. I mean, I didn't care. It's like I got to be so like, yeah. Honestly, dude, like millions of people are watching this trial from around the world, and they
Not millions.
You got a point.
I've got like 500 new Twitter followers in like the last hour. Thank you. I mean, you'll see.
Yeah, that was
Oh my God, save you.
Yeah. Coincidence that they did this on the day that they know he's going to be in here or something. They didn't even tell him either. He got served when he got in here. Yeah, David Yannetti told him about it.
Another lie on national TV.
He's so used to advocating for me because it's such a emotional.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was kind of
About Carl Duval? I don't know. I didn't see Carl either.
I didn't know.
I didn't see. I didn't see.
So I said
today.
Yesterday. Yeah.
So that's why he's not here today.
Oh, Karen was going to say anything, but court officer actually.
Tomorrow. Bad boy. You're a cop too. He's a Boston cop.
He should be better.
It's witness intimidation. Witness intimidation right there. So,
I mean, I guess I should.
All right. Well, anyway, I gotta head to the car. Go back.
Are you going to appeal?
Oh, we're definitely going to appeal. We're going to the appellate. We're going right to the SJC, and we're going to keep fighting for this thing. Judge Krupp and Judge Powell both said we can go.
Ray will have that, right?
Even with the stay away orders in place, I could still go here. That was just a
Wrong. They said you could go to a courthouse. Dumbass.
That's true. Right, that's true.
Yeah.
I know.
Exactly. So, but, yeah, she's a tyrant. This is what tyrants do. And I'm glad the whole world watched that. That's all I gotta say. Yeah, they do. And they had to smile on me and face like this shit. I think that matters to me.
I don't think he is.
I'll be back. Come on,
I
stop
don't
it.
think I am. No. When they come back.
Okay.
I did not see you. Really? Oh yeah, I heard that all. Yeah. Black. Right.
Lame motherfucker. He is so goddamn lame. Lord, he is lame as hell.
Yeah, man. He thinks he's gonna take this to like a SCOTUS and all that shit. Okay, bro.
Nobody really gives two shits that you're not allowed in the courtroom. Nobody cares. I mean,
yeah. I mean, I kind of care. I kind of wanted to see him get like thrown in jail, to be honest with you, but that's just a dream.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say they're gonna give him warning and have him leave first, you know. But he had that guy go sit outside that whole time, only to get removed.
Yeah. By the way, the judge didn't say you could sit down in the Karen Reed trial. He said you could go to a courthouse without being like, and if the other party is there, you will not be arrested, basically. So that you wouldn't be like screwed over because you would be hanging around. But that judge has full control who can go into the courthouse and who cannot go into the courthouse, like the courtroom. Okay, that's her control. And you might claim that you're the member of the press, but if you are facing charges for witness intimidation and the witnesses are being told come on to like testify, she has to make sure that it's a fair trial. And your freedom of speech does not supersede other people's freedom of speech. Your freedom of the press does not supersede other people's freedom, okay? Just does it. It shouldn't. But he is. He did this on purpose. He told Bradel to be there. Bradel made up a bullshit excuse like, I was here for a motion 4 hours earlier or 2 days earlier. And you heard it. And they knew that they were going to do this. They knew that most likely that it was going to be argued. And they wanted it to be on TV because it's all about press. They don't give a fuck about John O'Keefe. They don't give a fuck about fucking Karen Reed. It's all about press and it's all about money. And that's what it's about. And they're making a mockery of the justice system. And you got YouTubers and you got law tubers sitting out there that just think this is the greatest thing in the world because we're just turning the justice system into a motherfucking drama show. Like, just into like a fucking telenovela or whatever the hell. Like, you know, like one of those like Days of Our Lives. And that's not how the court system should be. The court system should not be like our Days of Our Lives where we have like, you know, this drama going on where you got this guy harassing witnesses to a murder trial. It's outrageous behavior. I would say Karen Reed looked pissed he was in there, but I couldn't tell. Well, if they were so pissed, why didn't the defense make a motion to have the guy moved out as well? You know, it's odd that they want this guy to come in while key witnesses that they're trying to shake up and make them look like they're lying is suddenly sitting in the back there. To me, it looks like a tactic by the defense. And the defense is shown to me to be very slimy individuals that are doing almost everything they can to try to get this woman off jail. And normally, I mean, like, and honestly, there's the right way of doing it, in my opinion, and then there's the wrong way of doing it. And this is the wrong way of doing it. I feel like this is a miscarriage of fucking justice at this point. You got this piece of shit out here harassing witnesses, lying to his audience. You got these lawyers trying to hide the truth instead of tell the truth. You know, they want to tell all the information, but they don't want it to be testified that the house was listed before John was even dead. Months before John was even dead. Then they want you to believe that a storyline from fucking Monster House is the main reason why this guy was killed. Oh, they didn't like him throwing kids on his yard. So they got mad and they planned out to have him murdered. Then they have like this ridiculous video where they sit there and they show two guys, you know, I think Higgins and someone else, shadow boxing in a bar and play fighting in a bar. And they're acting like this is terrifying. Look how violent they're getting. I'm sitting here, I'm like, this is the most tame motherfucking bar I've ever seen in my life. And by the way, I might like not sound like it, but I've been into very untamed bars. I don't drink, but, you know, I do go to certain places, let's just say when I was younger. And they were not as tamed as that bar. All right.
Thug, you sitting here saying you've been to bars that are the little, you know.
I like to play pool. Let's just say that much. Let's just say
less than, you know, fancy.
I like to play pool. So certain pool halls and bars were very nice. Let's just say. But I'm just saying, I will not get into more details. Let's just say that much. But I am just saying that is the tamest bar.
Grant says 1 minute ago, I mean, almost every Free Karen Reed fan, except for the guy who's randomly called me a slur today at the crosswalk, is very kind and would probably say that I have a good heart. I just get a little passionate when people hurt the vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I just think it's outrageous. Like, the defense makes no sense. Like, we're supposed to believe that these people plan to murder John because they threw beer cans, because their kid threw beer cans, and it's proven that he didn't. So we're going to prove that the next part of the conspiracy is they wanted to kill him because the 9-year-old or whatever, the 10-year-old was on the yard and John yelled at the kid once. And John gave him candy, but that wasn't enough. They needed to get their revenge. So the super powerful select board member used his political juice to cover up a murder. I mean, you don't want to get in trouble with the select man, Boy, you don't know. He might get underfund your park. You might not get as much funding for your park. That business license you're looking for, you might get some trouble there. Who knows? You don't want to get in trouble with the select board member, the mafioso select board member that controls Canton. Like, give me a break, bro. This is stupid. This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Everyone knows who Jose Diaz name, Marshall Clark, Kardashian. Listen, I went to Johnny Cochran's firm in New York City. Those were good lawyers. I'm not at the time when Johnny Cochran was alive. They took his name once he died, and they just kept the name of the firm. But those were good attorneys. Johnny Cochran's was a good attorney, and he knew how to do a show. Very slimy a little bit, but, let's be real. He was lucky. He got extremely lucky because of the time at which that happened. There was a lot of very pissed off people at that particular time. There was a lot of racial tension due to certain events that occurred during that time, and that resulted in a jury that was very much pissed off and didn't trust the police. This is a little different. The town of Canton, I'm looking at the town of Canton, and it looks like a picturesque, nice place to live, to be honest with you. It looks like a very nice place to live. I don't see like drug dealers or people being beat up all the time. B10, the Glare said Aiden is going down in history. You know what, Kiko? I'm in agreement with the Glare. He will go down in history. Not the way he wants to go down. Just like how Louis the Fourth? Which was the French king that got his head chopped off? Kind of like that guy. That kind of famous. The guillotine. I think he's going to be famous like that. So
you gotta be careful with that.
Oh, what do you mean? I'm just saying like an example.
I'm talking about chopping heads and stuff. I was like, you gotta,
I'm not saying, okay, I am not saying anyone do anything. I'm saying that he would be in infamy. It's just an example. No one touched Turtle Boy. I'm just saying like it's infamy basically where someone in history is famous for bad things, not good things. Nikola Tesla, famous for being a good guy who invented a bunch of technology. You know what I mean? You get my point. I'm historically speaking, oh my God. I didn't even think about that, to be honest with the Queen. I was just using an example of infamy, whatever.
Yeah, I just, just saying, be careful.
I know. Yeah, I know. That's going to be like the next thing. Look, they're trying to internal threat by bringing up historical figures of infamy. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell they're doing here in this car, but I'm guessing just sitting back and forth, rocking back and forth through their stuff in, and they probably are chit-chatting or something, because you know what?
Honestly, people like Turtle Boy is probably going to fuck over the press more than help them. Because this guy is going to be the one that's going to limit their rights because of stupidity. Yeah, Nikola Tesla, a genius. A guy who maybe made an earthquake machine, allegedly, that the CIA stole, when he died and raided his apartment and grabbed all his notes. But I don't think Turtle Boy is going to be like that. I think he's going to be infamous. So me and Claire agree for once. We agree today that definitely the world will remember Turtle Boy, but not in the way we disagree in the way that he's going to be looked up at. Like, I'm looking at Turtle Boy and I see this man is going to fall, and it's going to be a great fall. I mean, he's already fallen, really, to be honest with you. He lives in his mom's basement, and he's probably going to get sued to oblivion after this in civil litigations. And he's probably going to jail. So.
Wow.
I mean, does anyone really want to be Turtle Boy? The answer is no.
No.
No. I wouldn't want to live in my mom's basement, divorced from my wife, basically facing 19 charges, being known as, with all the horrible things out there, having a group of people that hate me, hate my guts, and possibly afterwards being sued by, multiple people for defamation and all that stuff. I wouldn't want to be like that guy. I would probably want to be like, I'd rather be that Grant, even like, anyone, actually, anyone. And that's the truth. His life is a failure. It's sad. And sadly, in this world, we think that someone's successful and happy because they get 4,000, 5,000 people watching. But I guarantee you, then those 5,000 people are not going to be around when you're spending 5, 6 years in jail. They're going to move on with their lives. You were a freak show. You were a show. But once you're in jail for 5, 6 years, 10 years, who knows? That shit goes bye-bye. He was a nobody but himself to thank. Oh, well, he has no one but himself to thank. Yeah. He's not going to be happy. Lives in his mom's basement now. Okay. And like he's got a nice attorney, fine, that he has to pay $500 an hour for. That money's going to go away quick. Look at his split. They really don't get the record and see everything online. They got everything wrong so far. Everyone sits there and claims that Turtle Boy got all this stuff wrong. He got the amount of snow that fell that day wrong. He got the taillight wrong. He got the clothes wrong. He got the date the house was, listed wrong. He got everything wrong. Tell me what he got right. The solo cops. Because they gave him a picture. Hard to get that wrong. That's it. Got the dog bite wrong. He thinks those were dog bites. They weren't. There's nothing this guy got right. If this guy's a journalist, if this guy was a weatherman, he wouldn't get a day right. He would be like outside would be a sunny day, and he would think it would be like snowing. He's got everything wrong. And people want to say he's a journalist. No, he's a fool. Unfortunately, in our society today, where we allow fools to become famous and make a little money. In the old days, we used to have them in freak shows, or, they would be on the corner somewhere with a change, cup begging for money. But because of the invention of the internet, the fool has now become someone everyone wants to watch, and people feel pity or entertained, and they throw money at them. Here you go. Here's $20. Here's $10, and then they think that they're so great and wonderful, and then they act like this in reality, and eventually reality sets in. Eventually reality comes and says, "Hey, time to wake the fuck up," and then you end up in jail like Turtle Boy. Those are gorgeous. Which happens. Well, Brianna, I think the defense knows that, and they're just trying everything. They're throwing everything at the wall to get this woman off. This clearly, in my opinion, guilty woman. And normally, I would not care. I would be like, whatever. It's what the defense does. But when I hear that they basically had lunch with Turtle Boy, and they've, documents allegedly have been leaked to Turtle Boy beforehand, to me, that's going beyond normal. Harassing the victim's family, cursing out the brother, booing the mother of the deceased officer, John O'Keefe. To me, that seems scummy. And then having the Turtle Boy fans and the lawyers just perfectly fine with that. Perfectly fine with that. It's outrageous behavior. Absolutely outrageous behavior. I see no one jumps up, man. Jeez Louise, no one jumps up. Let me see. Anything about the case, I hate to say it, but the defense has me right now. Well, I get your thing. I get it. I think the problem is I think of it this way, Broken. Maybe because I think of it analytically. EMT workers, if you think about it, are they trustworthy? My answer, yes. I think they're trustworthy. I think the issue they're trying to say that they're part of a conspiracy makes no sense. I think they would have been better off, because that's what they want you to believe, that they're all part of a conspiracy. And they would have been better off just saying, hi, Wins, you're over here, you're trying to help this guy live. Could you have misheard my client? Answer, yes, because you remembered you thought this was a puffy coat. But instead, they wasted like 2 days asking ridiculous questions and not just focusing on the fact that they could have misheard the client. But even let's say we gave her the benefit of the doubt and say that we misheard her client and she said, did I hit him? Why do you believe you hit him? Would be the question, would be my follow-up question. And then that would be a problem. So when it comes to the police officers, definitely procedural mistakes were made. I would say not securing the scene for like 9 hours is bad. But I think it's mainly because of switching off to another agency. And I think the inclement weather kind of messed up a lot of the evidence collection. And you got to realize this is a small town in 2022. It had like 22,000 or 24,000 people. They probably these people don't have homicide experience. And my guess is that they made mistakes. I think the good thing, a lot of people really pushed the snowblower thing. And I thought that was actually a good idea to do that with the video recording going on, because it showed that when they did the snow blowing, it revealed glass, cocktail glass, and blood splatter. Now, if you dumped a body in the location, you wouldn't get blood splatter, most likely. Now, this was brought up by Yellow Cottage Shells Kevin. He says he thinks maybe John was coughing up blood, maybe. That's a possibility, and that's the result of that. That is a possibility. Let me see. Apply, but no, that's not true. Kanoga. See from now on. No, they said that they would reserve. He would be stepping out for those witnesses particularly. He would be stepping out for each one of those witnesses that she listed, but he can come back and his seat would be reserved. Meaning that, like, let's say they have Brian Albert for 1 hour, and the next hour they have an EMT worker that has nothing to do with that. Then that person, he would be come back, and it would be reserved for him. Yes, we might agree. LA messed this up, case up themselves by the mistake. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, and the thing with that is, Broken, I would say, like, and this is an argument I made with the glare. Is it incompetency or is it a conspiracy? Is it like some sort of frame, as you say? Now, I'm more of the belief of incompetence when it comes to certain things than a conspiracy. Because if it was a conspiracy, number one, everyone's minds would be better. You would have a situation where they would say, yeah, of course, Karen Reed argues with John all the time. Matter of fact, I seen Karen Reed argue with him while next to the car. I seen that. It was 100%. Argues with him all the time. She said a lot of bad things. The cops would not take a picture while the open paper bag with the solo cups next to the bumper. I know that for a fact. That would be pretty dumb of them. And I think the reason why they pointed that out is because there's going to be revealed that there's DNA on the back of the car. And they want to have that as an explanation, which is smart. I'm going to give them credit where credit is due. That's actually very smart. And I think that will put doubt in the jury's mind. Well, otherwise there would be no doubt. I mean, if they didn't put that picture out there with the solo cups next to the bumper, how else are you going to explain blood of the guy, of the murder victim on the back of your car? Pretty tough. That would be a pretty tough argument to make. But now that you have the solo cup with an open paper bag, that could be explained away. That could be like, oh, these people messed up and they splattered some blood on there. Or maybe they poured it on. Who knows? So, certain things, that is, but I just don't think it is a conspiracy. I think there's certain parts of the investigations they fucked up because these guys were not, because of inclement weather and because of lack of training when it comes to homicides, I would say. You listen to the guy talk about his experience, what he did. I think it was, what was it? One of the attorneys, not attorneys, I mean, one of the officers had like really was years on the job, but had really little experience when it came to, using stakes or tape and stuff like that. And it just tells me that that's not the type of crime that you see there all the time. If she hit him, a matter of fact, let me see how many murders are in Canton. me see. Let me see. Race statistics of canting messages. Okay. All right. Let me see. Let me see how safe is Canton. Trying to see if there's like how many people die in Canton, Massachusetts, like in murder trial, like in murdered. Trying to see if there's actual statistics. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, and 22 crime. Yes, some of them. Let me see. Trying to see how many murders there are. Let me see. 2022. Okay. Murders per 100,000. I don't know if this is right, but it says 0 for 2022. Ours 7. Robberies 1. Assaults 91. Burglaries 11. I don't know, but so it's per 100,000. So yeah, I don't know. Let me see if this is actually reading this correct. But let's just say a very low level of amount, like a low number of people getting murdered. 0. Yeah, thank you. So you have a police force that deals with almost no murders. And this is something that a lot of people don't get when they're looking at this town. Well, my guess is, and this is just a guess, but I'm guessing the charges changed after the accident reconstruction. And I can only guess because basically the prosecutors told the jury to pay special attention to the center console. And my only guess is that she might have shut something off, a warning signal or something that would alert you if you were backing up. And that is only a guess. That is pure speculation. And I don't know. It could be, I'm completely wrong with that one. And I think that's why the charge was upped. But like a lot of people are looking at the town of Canton like they would look at the New York City. You know what I mean? Like you have experts from New York City, police officers. Murmur. Sorry. I didn't know that was a bad word too now to say. Okay. Sorry about that, Jen. I try to avoid the other one, but whatever. I'm sure these police had breathalyzers in the video, but definitely not pee. They wouldn't. And my guess is you're dealing with guys who are not used to this type of crime. And you got experts from like New York City saying, well, in our city, we do this and this. And it's like, yeah, you're New York City. Like, of course you knew how many murders you deal with in a year in New York City. Of course the police have experience when it comes to murders in New York City. But you're talking about like Canton, the town of Canton, where I just looked at the statistic. It looked like there was 0 murders in 2022, 2021. Matter of fact, there might have been like 0 for a while. I mean, like, I'm just saying, it's like it gets to a point where we have to live in reality a little bit. I mean, matter of fact, if this is correct, and I could be wrong, it says like per 100,000 murders from 2009 was 0. I mean, and what is the Canton, like what the population of Canton? Okay, so last statistic says, and this says from 2018, 23,000 people. 23,629 people. That's from Google. Let me see if I can get more an up-to-date, like an actual up-to-date number. Yeah, like almost, let's give it the benefit of the doubt and say like 25,000 people live in this town. And people are like shocked, like, oh my God, how could other people know each other? Yeah, it's a pretty small fucking town. That's probably more people in my neighborhood than the people in the town of Canton. You know what I mean? So that's like the prosecution omits stuff. They make it sound like this is a giant city with all these murders, and it's giant. And how could this guy know this guy? No, it's a small little town that has almost no murders. Looks like 0 murders for the past almost 10 years. I'm sorry. I keep on saying that. Unfortunately, YouTube just, I don't know. Let's just say, I got to think of a new word with the M word. It's going to be hard for me to figure out to just pick a new word, guys. And I don't think murmur is going to work. Also, I just don't understand. I mean, like, they play Court TV, they play News Nation. Of course, they say those words all the time. But whatever. Events. That's the problem with, like, new people jump in the stream. They're going to be, like, wondering why I keep on talking about events. That might not be good. Kibosh is usually means, like, mess up, I think, really. Well, unalive is good for the other one, but not, you know what I mean? Knowing Yeti and Jackson are related can ever do anything in any way related to anyone who has anything to do with anyone else related to anyone involved in this now and forever, Linda says so. Yeah, like, it's just so ridiculous. And I feel like a lot of people who are YouTubers are looking in their perspectives from their town, and they're not really thinking in terms of the area. And they're like, oh my God, how is everyone talking about, like, why is this lady calling this other lady who's a babysitter for who she babysits for in the 7 months 67 times? Well, because number one, she babysits for that person. Number two, an event like this probably never happens. And finding a dead officer on the lawn probably would elicit a lot of phone calls to talk about what's going on. Or they could be talking about cooking recipes. Who the knows? She wasn't a babysitter then, but she was. That's the point. My point is that they were. Maybe I should have put a were, so thank you for the correction, Linda. The point is that they know each other. Like, they knew each other beforehand. If it was like they never knew each other, and then suddenly, like, out of the blue, she starts calling 67 times, then I would be like, yeah, that's a little suspicious. That's a little odd. You know what I mean? That would make a lot more sense. That would be like, yeah, that would pique my interest. Like, why are you calling this random person 67 times in 7 months? But if these people known each other, it makes perfect sense. And who counts how many? And like, when Yanetti's asked like these questions, like, you don't know how many times you called someone? Of course you don't know how many times you call someone. And when he asked her, like, do you call her frequently or infrequently? And she said, like, I think she said I think rarely or something like that. And it's like, most people would consider calling one time, like averaging one time every 3 days, rarely. And maybe sometimes people's memories are not that great, where they think like they call more than they think. You know what I mean? A classic example is like, let's say you're in a car accident and they say something, when you ask some witnesses, they'll be like, yo, how long were you standing on that light? Oh, thank you, Reserve. How long were you standing on that light? A lot of witnesses say 2 minutes. Well, obviously, if a red light stood for 2 minutes, freaking New York City wouldn't be able to move a car if every light lasted like 2 minutes. So people's concepts of times and how many things they've done over time, they overdo it or underdo it. It's just how it goes. Reserva says, lived in Canton, at Beaton, great town, no crime. Yeah. So you're like expecting a police force that has like no crime to be ready for a murder investigation and to be held in the standards of Alan Jackson, who's from, I think, California, which, by the way, has a lot more murders than a lot of places. You can use 187 of the for the word we can't say. It's LA code for the charge. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, that's a good one. I'll try to remember that. Maybe I should get freaking notes to say. Now these days we have to have notes. Well, you're really got to make me use a Stephen King reference, Red Drum. Oh my God. I'm going to be here staying Red Drum all day so I can avoid the YouTube getting me with that word. I got to think I'm like that kid, that psychic kid from The Shining. I swear to God, with YouTube makes no sense. Like, absolutely no sense. You're going to have Court TV and News Nation and you're gonna make words that like they're gonna limit like. Where's Bradle for YouTube? That's what we need Bradle for. He needs to come here and go to YouTube and demand them stop limiting our speech and reporting stuff. Then I would get behind Bradle's a little bit. Linda, so I've never even met my sister's best friend's brother. I don't even know who he is or if he exists. What you just said is and I'm sorry. Let me see. Who's Linda? What did Linda say? Her sister is best friends with Proctor's sister. And like the problem is that you have a small town of 23,000 people, and everyone's friends. A lot of people are friends with each other. Are you guilty by association now? Are you guilty of crimes because you're friends with this person, you're friends with that person? I mean, if that's the case, a lot of people go to jail. Like, to make a conspiracy, you have to add more things, more elements. You have to think in terms of the killers. And the killers, let's say he went into that house, which the GPS shows that he didn't. I read the green report that was paid for by the defense. And the GPS shows that he never went into the house because the GPS thing would be in the middle of the house, not at the edge of the house. Because how the GPS works is the weaker the signal, the bigger the expanse is, and the stronger the signal, it kind of gets smaller and smaller, makes the circle smaller. It shows he never went into the house. But let's say he went into the house. You would have to believe that he ran down those flights of stairs a couple of times, gets beat up. They decide to, I don't know how, put him into the car, drive him over at 2:30 or 2 something, and drop him over. And then in their minds, they're thinking that they're going to blame a snowplow person. And then in the last minute, when Karen Reed's making this guilt of omission or this question mark and telling everyone about her broken taillight, they last minute enact a plan to frame her. Doesn't make sense. Just doesn't. Now, if you wanted to that's just my opinion. It just doesn't make sense. Because you'd have to explain to me, because now they have a video showing the taillight is broken at like 8:23 or something like that in the morning. It's broken. So that means the taillight, you have to explain how the taillight broke. Now, the only way the defense is going to claim that their taillight broke was backing into John's car. That's the only thing. Now, remember, the conspiracy theorist said that didn't break because it's, never broke. You got Sean, the retired DEA agent, talk about how strong it is, and it would never break from backing up into that car, and it would probably Proctor and all that stuff. But the defense is probably going to have to explain how going to the back of the car resulted in breaking it. So that means that somehow an officer came to the location, found all 30-something pieces, brought it over without anyone seeing them, and then put it into the location between, let's say, 8:30 and 5 without anyone seeing them, and finding the pieces, let alone, would be pretty tough. I mean, finding all those pieces in that location and transporting them all over to the other side would be pretty tough. So that's my opinion on that. You're guilty of a crime if you're one of 6 people who lined up and kicked beat Tim in, or one of the counts. Will her Nightline interview come in? I think that the interviews are going to come in because they made motions, but it's going to be limited. Like, obviously, some of her notes were not allowed to be coming in, but you have a woman that basically admitted that she said, "Did I hit him?" in her own words. And she says that was a question. That's why I didn't understand why they're trying to say the EMT workers are part of the conspiracy and not that they just misheard her. Simple. They wanted to submit photos of her from years back about her being in parties here and there with these people. And it's like, what's happening is they're attempting to poison the jury with basically bullshit conspiracies. No facts. Absolutely no facts. The problem with that, Freddie's, and I'll read your thing. It says, TBH, I think it was more a situation where a cop who tried keeping the spotlight off Alberts, and that snowballed a little from there. I think she probably accidentally hit him, though. I don't think so. I think most likely what happened, because they said, like, I listened to the 911 call, and she says 34 Fairview. And I think what happened is that he was kind of on the, like, he was very close to, I think, 32, like, kind of next door. And they might have just inputted the wrong address of 32 and stuff like that. I don't think they would try to cover it up because at the end of the day, I just told you there's a town that has 0 murders. So I'm guessing a dead officer mysteriously dying on anyone's lawn is going to get a lot of press. And I just don't think they would be thinking to themselves, yeah, we're going to be able to cover this up, that this guy was invited and, you know, is dead on this lawn. You know what I mean? They're just not. But, I mean, like, it could be that, and I truly believe that that was going to be their original defense, that it was an accident, because Yannetti said that himself. If you listen to his earlier press conference, he said this was a tragic accident. He said that. There's a recording of it. This was a tragic accident. And that was going to be their original defense. And I absolutely 100% believe Cullen had nothing to do with it. That's why I'm very angry, because this kid was going to go to college. He was going to do very well, and he got harassed by crazy people. Now, I don't mind people believing in what they want to believe. You can believe Cullen is guilty. You can believe all of them are guilty. But I do have a problem with you harassing people. You know what I mean? That's what I have a problem with. I think harassing people in open investigations is...
Well, yeah, and I think Turtle Boy's paying for that right now. I mean, not being able to go in and all that, because that's exactly what he really wanted to do. He wanted to be in that courtroom with her. He wanted to be in there for that trial. Well, you know what? Karma don't play, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So, no, he can't be in that courtroom now that he's done all that bullshit that he's done, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. This case, I mean, like I said, I've missed out on quite a bit of it, so I don't really have a whole lot to add because I haven't really been watching the trial too much, you know what I'm saying? So I just been kind of sitting back listening to you guys, you know? Well, listening to you, but most of the other channels, you know what I'm saying? I try to catch up with what's going on, but I've missed, like I said, quite a bit, so.
Yeah, I mean, because you were dealing with a lot, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, real life goes first, you know, and, you know, when life hits you, it hits you.
Yeah, and it's fucking hit hard, man. This shit's been hitting hard as hell.
I mean, losing 2 dogs in, like, what was it, like less than 2 weeks?
2 weeks, yeah. Yeah.
That's tough.
And one of them was my baby, you know, but the other one I had fucking 14 years. So she was my baby too, but, you know, the other one was like an actual baby. She was only like 3 pounds. You know what I mean? She was.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you said that she used to drive with the dog all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I rode with her. I did all kinds of stuff. She even had like a little life jacket to go kayaking with us. And
your dog went kayaking?
Yep. Shit, yeah, man. I got pictures of all kinds of shit. Like, she went to grandma and grandpa's with us. She had her own little seat. Yeah, dude.
And did you get a new dog, right?
Rotten, man. No joke.
Yeah.
And then losing Heels really fucking hit hard.
Oh,
that shit hit real hard.
I was so messed up about that. Yeah, because I was on a live with her.
I still am.
I was on a live with her, like literally that day.
I know. I was listening to you guys before we went mushrooming. Like we were listening.
You know, I think like she would have flipped the fuck out seeing Turtle Boy in the courtroom. She would have been so pissed off.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
She would have been so pissed off. She would have been cursing out Bradle at that argument for sure, man. She really, but you know, Kevin from Yellow Cottage Shell said a lot of nice things. He was regretful that he never did like a show with her. He kept on putting it off, unfortunately.
Yeah, because he did put it off. She was wanting to get on there with him. Well, shit. I mean, she was wanting you to get on there, and she fucking messaged me like 4 times. Like, tell B Tim to get up here. Tell him to come up here. I want to talk to B Tim.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, this is the photo of Turtle Boy right before he's sitting down and he's listening to.
When we're done with this, I have my paperwork to go over the lawsuit.
You want to do that now? Because I think we're pretty much.
Well, whenever you're done, man. I was just letting you get Karen Reed stuff out of your system here. You know what I'm saying? Get everything.
Yeah, I'm good. You could get to that paperwork.
Yeah. So it's Yeah, so we had the judge. I mean, I'm sure everybody watched Burnt Toast. Did everybody watch Burnt Toast?
I did.
You did or didn't? You did?
I did. I did.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured I'd let her do the honors of it since she's been, covering everything and whatever. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to let her read off the paperwork and stuff, so you guys pretty much know what's going on. So, okay, let's see here. Well, I was trying to open this bigger. For some reason, it won't open very big. Anyhow, I can just read it to y'all on here. I got the paperwork or whatever. I went down to the courthouse and got a copy of it just so I had it straight from like the paper copy. So, let me see. I'm going to put this up here real quick. Let's see here. And I'm not redacting shit because it's mine anyway, so it really doesn't matter. So here's the front of it. It says opinion and order. This matter before the court on defendants 2-619 and 2-615 motion to dismiss the plaintiff's amended complaint filed October 23rd, 2023. The court, having reviewed the pleadings, memorandums, and heard arguments of the parties, hereby finds as follows. Regarding the defendant's 2619 motion, there exists a genuine issue of material fact regarding defendant's alleged defamatory statements as to whether the statements are in fact truthful or subject to innocent construction and requires further discovery. There's two things that we have to get discovery on. Otherwise, everything else has been thrown out. So just to give you a heads up in short, that's exactly what went down. But let me finish reading. Regarding the defendant's 2-615 motion, it says A, plaintiff's complaint in general fails to allege only ultimate facts which can be properly responded to by the defendant. Counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 of the plaintiff's amended complaint should be dismissed without prejudice, such that the plaintiff may replead using ultimate facts rather than evidentiary facts and or conclusions, and leave out all the unnecessary resuscitation of the law on these subjects. Meaning, stop putting a bunch of bullshit in there that you don't need, that doesn't make any sense, that doesn't go with what you're saying. Also, count 5, this is number C, count 5 of plaintiff's amended complaint should be dismissed with prejudice because the plaintiff has alleged intentional acts as opposed to negligent conduct. Page number 2. Let's see here. Here's page number 2. So this says, therefore, the court orders as follows. A, defendant's 2-619 motion is denied. Defendant's 2-615 motion would be granted, and counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 are dismissed with prejudice, and plaintiff has up to 28 days to replead if need be. And C says defendant's 2-1-6 motion is granted, and count 5 is dismissed with prejudice. Signed by the judge and filed May 9th. So, all in all, the judge threw everything out except for 2 parts, which is where there's 2 parts to it, which I'm not even going to bring up. We'll handle that in court. Other than that, everything else was dismissed, and she has up to 28 days to refile if she's going to or whatever she's going to do. And we also have the countersuit. Now, depending on what goes on, with me and her. I don't know what she wants to do about the countersuit, so we'll have to go from there. That's pretty much something, you know, she's gonna have to deal on thinking about that, or thinking about what she wants to do with that, or, you know, whatever. But all in all, it was a pretty big win. It was pretty decent. We go back to court for a hearing to pretty much go over everything and find out where we're at within stuff, you know, just the same. But just wanted to let you know what was going on and show you guys the paperwork, show you guys everything. So there's no one can say that I'm a liar, that I lied to my audience. You know, I just wanted to make sure I'm on the same page with everybody. And there's no way that she can say she won when it's all been dismissed, except for the 2 parts for discovery. So there's no way she can say she won. But like they told her, you're going to have to replead, just like they told her before, because, you know, she doesn't know how to write a lawsuit. So, you know, hopefully everybody's learned lessons from this and we can all move forward.
Yeah.
As far as the countersuit, we're still going to need to do depositions and things like that. Yeah, so we still have stuff we got to do regarding the countersuit. We still have a couple things that we have to take care of with that, but all in all, yeah, that's exactly what it says. So she can't say I'm a liar. I can't say she's a liar.
Mhm.
That's what the judge ordered. That is the court order. And it's read right off the paper. So there's no way anybody can be called a liar. That's exactly what the judge ordered, and that's what it is. And the transcript will be in the next day or two. So we'll be going over that from the court date. So just going to put that out there too. Also, Heels was on this lawsuit with me. You know, they originally tried to file it, in my opinion, to dox her out. That was just my opinion. So either way, though, I did let them know, you know, that I did let my attorney know she passed because she was a part of the lawsuit at first. You know, her name was on it, and I wanted to make sure that he was aware because of that, you know. So that's where we're at with it. And you know, we've been paying a lawyer for a damn year, and it's getting quite, you know what I'm saying? It's getting pretty old. So
Yeah, it's getting to the ridiculous part, and it's like it just took a year just to get to discovery at this point.
yeah, well, that's because she keeps Johnny dicking around, but eventually we're gonna be, it's, you know what I'm saying, if we're gonna keep doing that, then we'll just do pro se, and that'll be that. Well, you know what I mean? I'm not going to continue to keep asking my subscribers for money, you know what I mean, to pay an attorney when that's basically all she's doing is wanting to waste everybody's money. And then she wonders why her channel won't grow and nobody fucks with her. Well, I mean, when you do this to people, you're not just doing it to me, you're doing it to all of my subscribers and everyone over here that's helping, or anybody that's donated, or, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you will see. We will see.
I don't know. I think JLR did the smartest thing possible with pulling out on his with Uni. I really do. Because his channel's growing. He's doing really well. He doesn't need that bullshit right now. You know? I know Uni tried to say he won, but he didn't. That's not how that went down. It actually was JLR pulling out and saying that he wants to go after him in federal court instead of like regular court. So he wanted to drop the lawsuit.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous at this point. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Honestly, I just wish this fucking judge would be like, tell her, like, listen, fuck off already. I mean, like, really, just.
Well, I mean, they're pretty much done. I mean, they've told her twice now. You can't, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You pretty much, you got 28 days to refile. You've made a fool of yourself. Like that's pretty much. She's like, you guys said they were gonna laugh me out of court, and they haven't yet. Well, they pretty much did. I mean, that's pretty much laughing you out of court. They are sick of your shit. They know, and and I know it's a frivolous fucking lawsuit. So quit wasting everybody's time and everybody's money and move on with your life.
Mm-hmm. I don't know about that, Brianna. I mean, the problem with him is he's not really that entertaining.
I don't know. Yeah, I was going to say he's really boring. I mean, I don't think people really even watch him, to be honest.
And like, he doesn't actually watch like when he was like fed.
People didn't really watch him before. He had like 30 people in his lives before he left.
Well, I mean, when he was his high time, like when he was doing really good, he was getting like 300-400 people. And then like he would get clips and he would never play the fucking clips.
Oh my God, he would stop every 2 seconds to talk through it for 25 hours, and then he would play it 2 seconds and then talk for 25 hours.
And that was the big thing with the heels.
Yeah, that's why she told him she was going to shake him, because he would never play her. He would always fuck her clips up bad.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like she was, the one thing about heels was she hated when you did that too many times.
Yeah, she fucked him up. I mean, he always fucked him up when he did that. Like, come on, man. Learn how to play the fucking clips or don't play them at all.
And he's like, fair use, fair use. I'm doing it for fair use. I don't want to get struck. I'm like, bro, just stop every like fucking 2 minutes. But he would go on like literally like 20 to 30 minute tirades for every 30 seconds.
Yes, I know. I know. It was exhausting.
It's like, we don't even know what you're talking about, sir.
Fucking watching it was exhausting. Good God. He was bitching about them sending supposedly JLR sent $1 and then Betty sent $1 and he was oh my God, you would have thought the whole damn world ended when they sent him that damn $1. Holy fuck.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of like Dollar in the Woods type of deal.
Good Lord. I'm like, come on now. Then he comes out, he pulls the same bullshit talking about, I won the lawsuit. No, you didn't. JLR said he's done with it and dropped it. You did not fucking win the damn lawsuit. He dropped it.
Yeah.
I mean, consider it a win if you want to. It's definitely not a win, but okay.
I don't consider it a win.
Yeah, I don't either. But like I said, JLR's doing, I mean, he's got his channel. He's doing his own thing. So I'm sure that's the last bullshit he wants to deal with, Why he's out and he's got a girlfriend and you know what I mean? He's starting to do shit with his life. Traveling all over, thinking he's a hot commodity in the true crime world. Like I said, Heels rode his ass, man. She stayed on his ass. I'll tell you what, she didn't let him get away with shit.
Yeah.
Not shit, man. She had so much stuff that I was like, what the hell? There was so much shit about him that she knew that I fucking had no idea about.
Well, didn't that like someone start the rumor that she was the woman in the woods?
Yes. Yeah, she was Aunt Mary.
She was Aunt Mary. And everyone believed it for a hot minute. I was like, that kind of makes sense. She does seem a little...
she was Aunt Mary. I was fucking rolling. I'm like, what? Aunt Mary? Who the fuck is Aunt Mary?
Who's Aunt Mary?
That was supposedly me.
Oh my God.
I'm like, damn, Aunt Mary. Go ahead. Get it, girl.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
Yep. Somebody was asking me where that girl's been. She's got some health stuff she's dealing with. So she's doing her own thing right now. She's got real life stuff going on. And that's pretty much that,
Yeah.
I did hear Kathy P busted Brooks out for being a liar and, putting together a conversation with somebody to pretend they were Sebastian's neighbor.
Shocker.
Yeah.
Shocker. Shocker. People
Not only
know.
that is that Mark W, I guess, and then not only that though, it was like some fucking super salacious bullshit that didn't happen, and for two, should never have been out on YouTube anyways. I mean,
Yeah, but like a lot of that stuff is just like I don't understand how people even watch these people after a while because it's like
it's ridiculous.
They get everything wrong. They completely trample over this kid's memories. They completely trample over the family, and they're never right. These true crime investigative trainers, they never get anything right, and it just becomes I sit there and I sit back and I wait for the day that they're ever right about something, and usually they're not right. I would say like 99% of the times they're usually not right. And I don't understand why.
Also, I wanted to say this. I already know. I mean, as well as everybody knows, Moose Knuckle was running her cockbox nonstop about heels, and I understand. I get it, but to encourage it and to play her videos or replay her lives or give it any kind of attention is the wrong thing to do. The best thing to do is to ignore her. Do not give her the views, and do not fucking go over her lives. Do not fucking give her any kind of attention at all. That's my advice: is to not give any kind of attention to that at all. Don't replay it. Don't go over it. Don't review it. Don't give her any fucking views. None of that. That's what she wants to. She's feeding off that attention, and that's not any kind of attention I'm gonna give. I'm not giving that shit attention anymore. And if the channel does go down, we'll pull it up. Well, you know what I'm saying? We'll help her daughter bring it right back up. So it's not a big deal. It's not going anywhere. We will take care of it.
Yeah,
also, because she's fan evading and on her bullshit, there's a Twitter post, and I'll go grab it real quick. There's a Twitter link. You guys are welcome to share it. So I will go grab it real quick and drop it in the chat. And if you have Twitter, please share this on your Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's honestly just rage farming, like basically hoping to say like fucking terrible things so people would watch her. Because that's how she grew her channel before. She did that with Shanae Watts, right? She dressed, she did that whole reenactment pretending to be her in her skit. This is just rage farm. This is just her doing more of the same thing. And usually with that, who is that? The one that wears a trash bag as an outfit, who's ban evading and eats a lot. But like in the end of the day, that's what
a little Moose Knuckle.
Yeah, that's what she's doing. She's doing the same thing that worked for her early on. She used this opportunity to do it, and she doesn't really care. I mean, she just wanted to cause people get mad at review her and watch her videos and stuff like that. Personally, also, I would tell people like best thing not to play someone who's ban evading's videos usually on YouTube because you might get hit accidentally. You know what I mean? Because the fucking algorithm, how it works. Like how the system works. I'm behind, but here be Tim goes to Tilly's bar. No, I do not go to that bar. That's a lie, Williams. Fucking lie. I said a pool hall. Jesus Christ.
I am cracking up.
That's outrageous. But like, let me see. But yeah, I mean, I just think that's what she's doing. That's her tactic. It worked. She's hoping for it to work again, and that's why I didn't like. I didn't make a statement. I wasn't like trying to go after her or stuff like that. Like make my statement. I just say, you know what? She's gonna get hers. I mean, she has to go, in the afterlife one day and meet her creator. She's gonna have to explain how she was a real piece of shit to people. But yeah, she's just rage farming. That's all she's doing. And, it's a sad existence. Sad existence.
Okay, let me see. I wanted to make sure this link works or whatever because it's in the chat. I'm pretty sure this is the Twitter one that you guys can share. And it tags Team YouTube. So yep, that's the one. Okay, so I put it in chat. So that's the link right there. If you guys have a Twitter, and you want to want to tweet it, go ahead and use that link there. Otherwise, you can make your own post. If you guys have one, you want me to tweet it out, go ahead and send it over, and I will. Either way, I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Because yeah, I'm not playing that. Nope, not even a little bit. So. Yeah, you gotta have Twitter. Yep. So what else been going on?
Oh, I've just been paying attention to that camera case. That's basically
Anything else that's been going on?
No, not really. I mean, I don't really pay attention to Brittany J with the whole Sebastian thing. I know about the Dolly soap thing. Katie come clean.
Dolly soap thing? I didn't hear about that. Tell me.
Well, he wanted to make a soap called Katie Comes Clean, and he sold out another soap.
Called what?
Katie Come Clean.
Sebastian, are you talking about Sebastian's mom, Katie, come clean, like on what she's hiding, or is that he's saying like that, or?
Yes.
What a fucking idiot.
Yeah, Katie Come Clean. That was the soap he wanted to make.
God, he's so stupid.
Yeah, he's pretty dumb, and he's pretty evil.
Yeah, he pissed me right the fuck off with his stupid ass fucking post where he said something about pissy pants. Then, of course, he's got a couple new little stragglers that don't understand, that he's a tragedy pimp. So they're like, well, he was just repeating what Chris Proudfoot said. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Why would you repeat that? That makes it even fucking worse. If Chris didn't say that, why would Dolly want to repeat that?
Yeah, it's basically
a 15-year-old boy wants to see written about himself, Mr. Pissy Pants. Oh, okay. Let's contribute to the bullying of a 15-year-old child. Okay.
Yeah. Basically, he has something called Dolly's Luxurious Lather Bar, Katie Come Clean, Berries and Cream. That's the one he's selling.
Yeah, and it's fucking probably got shit in it. So, Katie Come Clean my ass. He's ridiculous. So ridiculous.
Yeah. That's what. So, I mean.
Right. Dolly's also trying to fake that Chris prank called him. Yeah, just like he tried to put out there that Candace was.
Yeah.
She could unalive herself and all that bullshit when we found out that was a blatant fucking lie.
Yeah, he did.
Dumbass shit. And people fucking stand behind him. I don't understand why people stand behind that.
Because they really like to watch a drama and a television show, and they don't really give a fuck about the victims.
Yeah, obviously. It's disgusting.
Like they don't care. They don't really care if people get harassed or fucked with. They don't care if people get, that it's basically destroying this case for this missing kid because of all this misinformation. Basically, the photo's been deemed not real. I mean, it's just bullshit. You know what I mean? It's just
and then did you see all the hate that they were getting because they said that photo that the lady was like, "This is my son. We went on a family trip. Can you please take the picture down? Can you please stop calling CPS and the Department of Children's Family Services and the police and stuff? This is my child. This is not Sebastian. I did not steal him. I did not abduct a child. This is my son. Please take these posts down."
Yeah.
How ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, people just don't care, man. They just want to have a story. They just care about a story.
Family vacation. Next thing you know, you're a fucking viral ass picture. Your picture of you and your son is like viral on the, you know what I mean, over a missing kid's case. How crazy is that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fucking nuts. But that whole case has become a mess. And I think like this is why like, you know, Summer is like that case is so cold. Because like there's one thing worse than no information, and that's too much bullshit information.
Right.
And you have all this bullshit being thrown out there, and it covers up the actual good tips. And now, like, you got this situation. No one knows what's real and what's fake, and everyone wants to, you know, milk it. And I'm like, man, that's not something I would want to do. That's why I particularly like following like the court case and stuff like that. I feel like the whole Sebastian thing got way too messy, man. It really did just get way too
Oh,
messy.
it did. Really messy, really fast, and for no fucking reason. And then, you know, Seth, he hired this fucking whatever the hell it was.
You should have hired the guy you should have hired the guy way before then, before he did like the 30, 40 interviews. Probably would have gave him a little bit more advice.
Well, yeah, he hired both the girls first, and then I'm sure blew his fucking money, then hired this other guy, blowing more fucking money.
Yeah. I mean, I think there should be like, if you're going to go on YouTube, I think you should get someone that advises you what to say and what not to say. But you probably should have done it before the 40 interviews.
Right. I was going to say, if you're going to do that, you should probably do that before you give 50 fucking interviews and all this personal information about your son like you did.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that would have been, you know, word to the wise.
Yeah. Absolutely. I just think it's just ridiculous that he's doing it now. And I feel like that case, I don't know if that case is going to get solved. To be honest with you, all these people just kind of fucking just made a mess of it, you know?
Yeah.
And it's really sad. And I think a lot of people were involved with that, and people that claim that they're, you know, child advocates and they search for children and they did that type of messy shit. It's not right, man. That is not right.
Hell no. If I ever go missing, don't you fucking dare let these motherfuckers come looking for me.
You know that, Queen, you know what time it is. They're going to fucking report you on the day. No, the only difference is they're going to want you to stay missing. They're not going to want to fucking...
like, oh, she's missing shit. We're glad she's gone. Let's celebrate.
Let's celebrate now.
Jeez.
Just like the joke that, like, I think Brian I think the Albert said, like, they joked with John O'Keefe that says, oh, we heard you're moving. Or so they heard someone, like, they said this to someone. They says, we heard you moving, so we had a block party. I'd be like, that's kind of like here. There'll be like a party. She's missing?
Right. Shit, Queen Bee's gone? Oh, man.
Oh, my God. It's wild how
yeah, it's wild how people got mad at Chris Proudfoot for freaking out on the call, but yet people can call him every name in the book, and it's okay. He's supposed to take it.
Yeah, it's nasty, man. I mean, like, the guy is being, literally, his name's getting dragged through the dirt, defamed constantly, and used as, like, basically a way for these grifters to make easy money.
Yeah.
And he's not supposed to be mad that he's being called a child killer or a kidnapper or all these terrible things. You know what I mean? Like, I think people lose their minds on this platform, man. They lose their understanding that if I was dragged as much as this guy, I'd be very pissed off. You know?
Yeah, Trader says here, I thought Chris was calm as fuck. If my wife was re-traumatized for content, I'd be in prison. Yeah, I mean, it gets fucking really, yes. And I think Seth should be dragged. And I know people are like, well, you guys shouldn't be talking bad about either parent. But you know what? Look at what the fuck he did. He came out and drugged the fuck out of Katie and Chris, said all kinds of shit, talked about his fucking son, said things that were personal and private.
Yeah.
He needed to be told about himself for that shit.
And you got like fucking Jay for Justice is like, ungrateful.
And so Hippoporium last night was like, well, I have a screenshot of Queen Bee saying that Sebastian's a cash cow. I'm like, yep, sure the fuck I did, because he sure the fuck is. Before that, it was Summer Wells. Before that, it was Quentin Simon. Before that, before that, it was Michael Vaughn. I mean, shit, you name it. We got a whole list of kids that they use as cash cows.
Yeah, because
basically, I forgot Hippoporium.
Yeah.
So screenshot that and put it with your other one, baby. Okay.
I agree with that because these people are using that name, clickbaiting the fuck out of it. I mean, like, just type in the name Chris Proudfoot.
Absolutely, they are. I bet you. I mean, I'd probably say Dolly made a good probably 10,000 off his name.
More, way more.
Actually, you're right. Probably way more than that, but
way more. I mean, he basically got over 50,000 subs because of that case, because of him fucking doing that. And I just think it's disgusting. It's really disgusting what they've done, and their misinformation is actually probably hurting getting the real facts about that case. And instead of moving on to something else, because I don't know if there's any new information, to be honest with you, by the police.
People finally started catching on to fucking Terry Lynn and her tragedy pimping little ways over there. She's down to about 110 people watching her fucking search around different lakes and parks and
Army vet. I wouldn't be surprised if he made like probably $30,000 to $40,000 off of that situation. I wouldn't be surprised, because you have to think in terms of super chats. You have to think in terms of cash apps, all that stuff, and also products that he might have sold. He said he was sold out of a certain brand of soap that he had specially made for that particular thing. I wouldn't be surprised if he made $20,000, $30,000, to be honest with you.
I believe it. Yeah.
Yeah, Alarka, I agree. Like, it just gets lower and lower, and I sit there and I get tired of it, because it's like, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like you're fighting like something that you can't fight. Like, you try to disprove the misinformation that case, and you feel like it feels like people just don't give a fuck. To be honest with you, they just don't care. You'll see 3,000 people watching about the bullshit that lies in attacking the family of this kid, and they're perfectly fine with it, and they think it's good until it happens to them. Then it all changes. I mean, I'm looking at J for Justice, and it's like, what's it? Let me see. What's an interesting one she uses? Ungrateful foots denied, and they have like a search dog there. I mean, I'm just trying to get more people. She really is going after Chris Proudfoot, by the way. I mean, she's doing a lot. You got, these people just keep on doing it, and it's just not right. And it's sad.
Yeah, somebody said that J for Justice was going after Chris Proudfoot pretty hard.
Yeah. And I the guy he's not a suspect. He has not been arrested. He has not even been investigated. And people are automatically stating he's guilty. And that just, to me, is really disgusting, actually. I think it's like actually a terrible thing to do. And I think people have the right to they're innocent until proven guilty. He hasn't been charged. He hasn't been arrested. And attacking that man is just really wrong. And I don't think you're a true crime channel to do that. I mean, I would be commenting about another individual, but current litigation, we cannot right now. I'm not going to lie. I watch these channels, the live call-ins, but it is just how crazy the majority of this world thinks in the off-the-wall stories. Well, you know what? I mean, I just went through about an hour and a half to explain to you the conspiracy theory of Karen Reed. I think people just generally like conspiracy theories. I think people generally want to have these big elaborate stories because it's interesting. And they just forget about the people that they're using as like these figures in the story. Chris Proudfoot is a guy who works. He has a job. He has a family. And people treat him like he's a piece of trash. You know what I mean? Still has to go up and still has to get up, take care of his wife, still needs to...
Right.
Now, I'm not saying he's a saint. I'm not saying he's the pinnacle of the greatest person around, but he's human. And he has not been charged with a crime. And you people are going after him like he's already convicted and he's behind bars. That's not right. And YouTube allows that shit to happen. And it's really fucked up. It really is fucked up. And it kind of goes beyond, opinions when you start doing some of the stuff that they're doing.
It does, because shit, you can ruin somebody's fucking life.
Yeah. If you had facts and you said, well, this storyline doesn't make sense and we need to get to the bottom of the storyline, and this is just my opinion based upon facts, Be like, okay, whatever. That's what true crime is about. Collect facts and you have like your opinion on the case. But some of it's just bullshit, man. It's absolutely just made up bullshit. Lies. Brandon says, it's not entertainment. It's a refusal to take accountability. If everything is a conspiracy, no one is responsible for anything bad that happens in their lives, even consequences they've earned. Yeah. And, I think like Dolly and people like that know it's full of shit. I mean, Dolly pretty much, I'm convinced Dolly knows that most of that stuff is full of shit. You know what I mean? Because I don't think he's like an idiot when it comes to true crime. He's dumb, but not when it comes to true crime. He knows his cases. He knows what the statistics are with some of these cases, and he just does it because it hits the algorithm, makes him money. And why should he stop? And then you have people that make excuses for him because he's such a nice guy. He makes me laugh. Well, that's great. I don't think he's making Chris Proudfoot laugh. I don't think he's making all those people he harassed laugh. Just because people can giggle at him once in a while, it doesn't exempt him from, being a piece of shit at times. Same thing with other people. It is what it is. But yeah, I mean, there's a difference between people's opinions on a case based on facts and then made up bullshit. They think CP is like Don. However, I think he will file charges as these careers. Yeah, I mean, definitely, when I looked at Chris Proudfoot, he does not remind me of Don Wells. Okay, that's 100%. He looks like he has a job, he has a good job, he has money, and he has the ability, and he's pretty put together. So, good luck with that. One of you guys is going to be unlucky. You're going to get that. You're going to get that one person that's not going to give a fuck, and they're going to bring that lawsuit, and you're not going to like it. Just like, Critical K had that one person she went after.
That family,
Agree with it or not, she picked the wrong one. As simple as that. So all you need is to pick the wrong one. Mm-hmm. Anywho.
Is Glare still over there, pushing his
yeah. He thinks he's winning. They're winning with the witnesses. And I'm like, man, you guys are too much in the conspiracy theory. That's the problem with these people with the conspiracy theory bubble. It's like, yeah, it seems like a win to you, but you're not really getting into the mind of the jurors, which is basically normal people that work a 9 to 5. Do they know anyone named Turtle Boy? Do they give a fuck about the 67 calls because she said rarely in 7 months? I mean, that's not the biggest thing. That's not like a boom moment, to be honest with you. A boom moment would be the solo cups next to the car. That's a boom moment. I'll give you that. That I will give you. But it's going to be pretty hard to explain blood on the back of the car and hair. That could be arm hair from the guy that you hit the car. Dolly used to be 180% opposite of what he become. Well, that often happens, or sometimes success reveals the truth about you. You know what I mean? Just how it goes. Look at the Glare, for instance. He gets a couple of people. He gets a lot more people in his chat, and what does he do? His stupidity just comes out, pulls out soundboards. You know what I mean?
Comes out and sits next to him.
Doesn't even know what the house where the murder occurred looks like. Doesn't have a clue. You would think that he would know where 34 Fairview looks like. You would think he would know immediately what it looks like. Doesn't know. Doesn't care. Doesn't do any sort of critical discussion of the case. What he does is he plays soundboards. It's pretty fucking weird. Soundboards in a murder trial. That's really respectful for a police officer that died. However you think he died, he died.
Thank you for the PayPal love. I appreciate it. It just came in, and the Cash App. When I turned my phone on, they all just came in. So I want to tell you guys thank you. It's not that I was ignoring you. I just got them. Thank you guys.
The only thing the Glare truly cares about is Blue Cup, Super Chats, and his Discord, where he works on allegedly, I might not read it just again. With an indicted witness indicted witness intimidator, great advocate there. Yeah, I seen the Discord thing. If he actually invited Turtle Boy to a Discord, he's out of his mind. Absolutely out of his mind. I actually hope he didn't invite Turtle Boy to his Discord, his secret Discord, because that'd be wild. I mean, what do you think, Queen? Would you invite a person who
Fuck no.
who's got like 19 charges? Like,
they're not charged. Doesn't he? Aren't they indictments?
yeah, he has 19 indictments.
Yeah, fuck.
And they took all his equipment.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere near him.
Yeah, like I would want to be in a group chat with them. I don't even want to be in a YouTube chat with them because they might be the FBI, or the police, or anyone might be checking out those chats and taking pictures or something. I don't know. Like I wouldn't want to be near that person. If he actually invited Turtle Boy to his secret Discord to talk about John O'Keefe, he's out of his fucking mind. I would not. No way. No fucking way. Last person I would invite. I would rather invite anyone else on YouTube but that guy, because at least I won't be arrested. I think the police training was lacking in Karen Reed's case. It's not set up. If you want to see a police set up, look at the Sean Sutter case. It was made into HBO. I gotta see that. I didn't see that. Yeah, man. I mean, you got a town that has no murders in it for about 10 years. Did you hear about that, Queen?
No, tell me.
Well, basically, if you look at the statistics in Kent, population's 23,000, and they haven't had a murder since the last statistic was 2009. They never had a murder. 0 murders.
Damn.
Like 0. So, it is what it is. Best friend moved 1,000 miles away. Heels today is. Oh, okay. They don't understand boundaries. It's the Keystone Cops Inc. Let me see. I believe last actual one was 1997. 1997. That was the last murder. That was the last time they had a murder was 1997. That town must be the safest town. Why are these people complaining about the town of Canton? Can I ask that question? Like, that town of Canton seems like the nicest place to live I've ever seen anywhere. Maybe because I live in New York and people get like murdered here on almost a consistent basis and, get pushed into trains or well, whatever. I keep on saying the damn word. I got to learn how to think of a new word. Jeez Louise. Get unalived on a daily basis around here, but there it's like literally picturesque. It's nice. There's no unaliving. It's very nice location. There's not a lot of crime. Not sure what they're complaining about, to be honest with you. I don't know what they're complaining about. Maybe I'm just missing something. Just seems to be a lot of Karens out there.
A whole lot. Shit. We were talking about this morning.
A lot of Karens out there. A lot of Karens. So how's things going with you? With your stuff going on with you?
Well, hanging out, getting stuff done. That's about it,
Yeah, I know. I haven't heard much really. I remember a while ago, I think, Sinner was saying something about trying to slap me or something. And I was like, that was 2 weeks ago. I was like, a week ago. And I didn't even give a fuck what he said. I don't even know what happened to that guy, to be honest with you. Whatever happened to that guy? Just disappear into irrelevancy.
Wait, what?
With that Sinner guy.
What happened? What? I didn't even hear what you said before that. What happened? Did something happen?
No. Remember, he did a live about a week ago or so. He was making you wouldn't say that to my face. I would slap you or something like that. Some ridiculous line. And I was just like so bored by him. I just ignored it for like 2 weeks because he's just so irrelevant. Like he's literally like had what, like 70 people in his chat max doing a Trump thing. And I think people forgot about him, really. Does anyone even know about Sinner anymore?
Well, they might have, but you know what? I will say this. I had a couple of people reach out to me, you know what I'm saying, and send their condolences and shit. And I thought that was pretty fucking,
Yeah.
I got respect for that because, I mean, they didn't have to. Him being one of them.
Did he send a condolences?
Yeah, he did, actually.
Wow,
Yeah,
I didn't know that. Oh, that's good for him. I'll give him that.
Yeah. Emmy did as well, matter of fact.
Oh, well, that's nice of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought that was pretty,
That's big.
Yeah, I got to give, some respect where it's due. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Because they sure as hell didn't have to, and I thought that was pretty decent of them to,
Well, that's nice of them. I'll give him credit with that one.
Yep.
Maybe this is the redemption for Sinner. Will this be the redemption?
I don't know. Other than that, I haven't really heard much about him. That's why I said, did something happen that I missed? Because I mean, I know I've missed a lot of shit. I just didn't know if I missed something. And then, I mean, I was kind of shocked, and I was like, "Oh fuck, here we go," because he was talking about her being racist like 3 days ago, and I was like, "Okay, this is what we're not gonna fucking do." So when I got it, I was like, I assumed. I guess that's what I get for assuming. I shouldn't assume, but I assumed it was gonna be, you know what I'm saying, us getting into it. But it actually wasn't. It was actually, you know what I'm saying, he was pretty respectful in it. So got to give credit where it's due. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But, the only thing I always have, the only problem I have though with all this stuff is like a lot of these people could have done it sooner. You know what I mean? Like she's gone now. It would have been nice if they did it when she was alive. But it is what it is.
Yeah, but that's their thing with them. It's her thing with them and their thing with her.
Yeah, I get it. Just it's interesting. Death is like that. Small petty drama kind of disappears, right?
Sure does. Sure does. I mean, loss hits hard. Like I said, I had my dog Gia 14 years. I had her longer than I had my damn kids. I had her before I had my kids. And then when my little Tilly, my little Chihuahua got sick and died, and then bam, Hills was right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A couple days ago. And then I just found out my little neighbor lady that we've had, she's almost 100 years old. She was 99. She just died. She died yesterday. But
at least she lived a pretty full life, 90 something.
Yep. She was turning 100.
Wow.
I mean, she lived a very long, full life, a very long, full life. But I mean, it's just, it's a lot, man. It's a lot. It's a lot of shit to take in,
Yeah.
And it makes you realize life is precious,
Yeah.
Sometimes you get caught up in the bullshit. I know I do.
I think a lot of people do.
And, I mean, like I said, if I just, I'm like, I wish I would have known. I wish I would have, because I would have spent more time with my baby. You know what I'm saying? Not that I didn't spend enough time with her, but I just feel like if, you know what I'm saying? You just, start having regrets and shit. And, you know how it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. And Tilly was pretty young. Tilly was like, what, 6?
9.
9? Okay, that's
still, she had some life left in her, I just, I don't know.
That's like middle age for a miniature dog. Yeah. Yeah. Sucks. Sucks.
Yeah, and heels. I mean, she had been checking on me because she knew, you know what I'm saying? She knew I was pretty upset, especially, I mean, we knew Gia was sick. We knew she had the tumor. You know what I'm saying? We had time to process that. We didn't have time to process Tilly at all. And we thought we were bringing her home Friday after the girls got out of school.
Yeah.
And she died Friday morning at 11. So 11-ish or whatever. So,
Yeah.
it was kind of like it was really, really unexpected. Whereas, we knew G was sick and we knew she had that tumor. We had tried medicine for a week. She had went to the doctor a week before that. So, it's just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I do gotta say, there's a lot of messages too, and I hope her daughter knows that she, despite the bullshit, that she was, in a community full of people that, did really appreciate her and loved her. I know that, there was some issues and stuff with other things and that other people had issues and stuff, but you know what I mean? That's between them and her. That doesn't have anything to do with me. And,
Yeah.
I just appreciate the ones that were being respectful,
Yeah. That's true. That is true.
Yeah, and then I will say there's a couple of accounts that are a few accounts that are clones. One of those being the Ninny's, it's her cloned account, and there's one that's some Tawanda. Now, see, I don't know who that is, but I'm guessing it's somebody that whoever's cloning her knows me and doesn't like me because they were talking big shit under her name. So I made a post or whatever, but it was a clone account, I guess. I didn't know, you know what I mean? I didn't know that it was, had no idea that it was, but when I found out, I wanted, wanted to let people on the community tab know.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, by the way, getting to can I play like a short video from Twitter for the camera it's up? Let me see. Because there's like one part, like a little clip of that. Yeah, I'll share my screen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, shit, you can play whatever, that. You don't have to ask,
Yeah, I got you. Here, I'll play it. So this is about the dog. You know how like they talk about the dog being get rid of?
Yeah.
Yeah, this talks about that. Let's see. Listen, I haven't heard about this yet, so let me just listen. Let me see.
Well, we had gone over to their house to apologize for what had happened and, offered to pay any bills, that they may have had for any injury to the dog or anything. And then after that, we just decided that we thought the best thing to do would be to try to rehome it because I just didn't want something like that to happen again.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what are the steps that you took in the process of rehoming?
Well, initially I had called a bunch of shelters and they were pretty much telling me that it would be hard to rehome her. She was dog aggressive and they would probably have to put her down. I didn't want to do that. The family, we love the dog. And so I did not want to do that. So I reached out to the woman in Texas who we got the dog from to see if she could help. And she said, she couldn't take it back, but she would try to help me out. So she ended up finding a woman who lived in Vermont. I think she lived alone. She had big property. It seemed like a good fit. She wanted to take Chloe and we made arrangements. And I went and met this woman halfway and I gave her Chloe.
And what any conversation with the contact that you had with that woman in Vermont since rehoming your dog?
For a few months after
Objection, Your Honor. So not the substance of.
So basically, after the dog got into the fight with the other dog, they had to rehome. They rehomed the dog with a lady in room. So that's the whole thing. The big conspiracy about the rehoming the dog.
What the hell?
That was it. That was the big conspiracy. And they were like objecting to so that they would know about the dog. So they knew where the dog was. This whole giant conspiracy, like, where's Chloe? Where's the dog? They know where the dog is. And they never bothered to send anyone to do tests on this dog or check his bite patterns or anything like that because the defense is full of shit. Absolute full of shit. Isn't that like amazing? Like everything.
Yeah.
The house being listed apparently was before even John was killed. It was like 3 months, 4 months before, like before he died, like 3 months before he died, or 4 months. So they didn't sell their house because they murdered someone in their house. Just ridiculous, man. Everything. Just, it's like a symptom of true crime, to be honest with you, with the conspiracy theories. Everything just comes to light. B10 Queen Bee. It's the I'd be scared of him too, lady. Wanted you to read, see whose picks she brings up to defend TV. What, Brianna? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
You said what, Brianna?
What are you talking about? What? I'd be scared of him
I'm
too.
fucking done.
Like, wait, Nini's cat is Chloe, and the dogs.
That's your niece, B Tim.
That's not my niece. And the dog is named Chloe. Is Nini the one that's holding the dog from Karen Reed's case? We're gonna have to see.
Dun dun dun.
That cat looked a little bit too big for a cat. Maybe that's the dog. Who knows? Send number. Let me see. I dropped you a Twitter thread on the back chat. Why don't you jump up? Let me see. Okay, it says they looked at the footage and it was an innocent bump. However, Karen claims she now scared of him, and that is why he's not allowed in. She's scared of him because he knows the truth about. Wait, what? They looked at the footage and it was an innocent bump. However, what is he talking about? Like, Brianna, you got to come up and just tell me what the hell they're talking about. Let me see. An innocent bump. Why is he that close to her if all the witnesses can be scared of a man writing? What? I'm kind of confused now.
Bree, you coming up? What you talking about, Willis? We don't even know what you're saying.
We don't even know what you are saying. I have no. But like, what do you mean? Like, is it regarding Turtle Boy? Does she not want Turtle Boy in there? I'm trying to read it and understand. They looked at the footage and it was an innocent bump. However, Karen claimed she was now scared of him, and that is why he's not allowed in. She's scared of him because, and this has to do with, okay, Carl Duggal is not allowed in the court anymore due to pushing and bumping into Karen in the hallway on the walk back from the bathroom. Carl, you are trash. Wait, what? And they show Carl Duggal is on the Brady list of Boston police. So basically, because someone accidentally bumped into her, she's claiming that he should not be allowed, and she's scared for her life from this guy. So word from the inside the court is that Boston police officer Carl Duggal was ejected from the courthouse because he purposely bumped his buddy into Karen Reed in the hallway. Okay. And then he says they looked at the footage and it was an innocent bump. However, so it was an innocent bump. They looked at the footage. However, Karen claims she's now scared of him, and that is why he's not allowed in. She's scared of him because he knows the truth about her. Maybe that's his opinion, but yeah. So basically, they want the defense and Turtle Boy want to be in the courtroom to intimidate people that he's intimidated for 2 years. But a guy who accidentally bumps you passing in a busy hallway, you're scared for your life, Karen? Holy fuck. Like, Karen is the most appropriate name I've ever seen for this woman in my entire life and her group of fucking mouth breathers. Like, holy fuck. They are stupid. Like, absolutely stupid. I can't believe that stuff, man. And then they put the face out there, and they're trying to like mess with this guy now. Wow, crazy.
All right, here's Bree. She said, "I'm coming, babe. I'm coming." What up, baby?
Okay, so yeah, you remember? I should probably speak in complete sentences.
Break it down
So-
for us, baby. Break it down.
You remember, it was last week when we had that dust up between, and I think it was at one of Aiden's hearings, had the dust up between the FKR people and the normal people outside the restroom.
Yeah,
And the normal people ended up getting booted. This is the same thing, only now Karen is getting cops chucked out. And how I ended up on that tweet was I was actually checking with Grant.
I forgot about Chrissy getting into it with one of those people. What is it, outside the courtroom? I wonder if that's why she hasn't been back.
Right. Yeah, she's not been back in since then.
No,
She's
not
been
since
outside
that.
with Tom.
I wondered, yeah. Well, I haven't even seen her outside.
Oh, that's right. Tom drove himself the next day.
We need proof of life because we haven't seen Chrissy around anywhere.
And the very next day, Tom drove himself.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh,
So
wow.
where did she go? What the hell happened?
I don't know. But I was checking with Grant because I was like, okay, where's the afternoon session? And he had retweeted the thing about the cop, and he said that it was not true, that the cop can't go in the courtroom, but he's not banned from the courthouse. So he can still be in the courthouse, he just can't go in the courtroom. And Grant said that Karen has been intentionally walking into people, including him, all week.
Sounds like
trying to get them all thrown out.
So someone who's allegedly is being accused of hitting a man with a car is purposely hitting people in the hallway with her body?
Yeah, that's what Grant says. But the reason that that Twitter thread that I posted back there,
can't stop.
If you scroll down to the lady that says, "Yeah, I'd be afraid of him too," or whatever, she posts 4 pictures and said, "What about these people? Do you think they should be arrested too?" And you are never going to believe whose 4 pictures she posted.
What, in the post? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let me look for it. All right. Which one did she
Specifically, she is the chick that says, "I'd be scared of him too, the same way these witnesses are scared of Turtle Boy." Renee.
Renee. Let me see. Trying to look. And that's the form, the link you tossed me?
Yeah. If you scroll down about 2/3 of the way down, there's a Renee, and she says, "I'd be scared of him too." And then click on that so you expand that thread and see whose picture she posted.
I'd be scared. I don't see any pictures posted.
You got to click on her. You got to click on that tweet to expand that thread.
Okay. Like, I mean, on this page right here, you're gonna try. Is it like on her page particularly, or is it just?
Hang on. I will just drop you the link that goes
Yeah.
specifically to the tweet that I want you to see. And then I answered her. But you're going to die when you see whose pictures she posted as like support for her point.
Is it the JLR pictures?
Yes.
Oh my God, Queen.
JLR and Betty.
JLR. Here, Quinn, I'm going to expand it again. I'm sharing my screen.
I about died. I was like, I know these people. Yes, they should be arrested. This is not a good argument.
I mean, I kind of agree with her then, Renee. We agree. They should be arrested. I agree with you. Especially JLR.
Oh, absolutely. Here you go.
Yeah, so this is how was aiding Kearney Turtle Boy intimidating witnesses? What about these people? Were they all charged and held in multiple houses for weeks? Corruption. Oh my God.
How is this a good argument? You're using JLR and Betty to support Turtle Boy. That ain't gonna work.
Oh my God. This is like weird. We're in the Twilight Zone where like literally tragedy pimps are like, I'm not a tragedy pimp, but these people are tragedy pimps. And they're like literally pointing them. This is like the classic Spider-Man pointing at each other. Like they're all Spider-Man. They're all pointing at each other. That's the clone. No, that's the clone.
The truly, truly hysterical thing is that this woman doesn't understand that if she asked Aiden that question right now, his answer would be, hell yes.
Yeah.
Because he was trying to get Jonathan arrested for showing up at his house 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, yeah. By the way, can you look at the back chat for me, Brianna?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, the whole thing is just ridiculous with this whole situation. But yeah. Let me see. Yeah, like this thing with the fucking protesters here. I didn't realize how big it was with the whole situation with the with all these protesters there. It's kind of crazy, actually. Pretty crazy, honestly.
Oh, Davidson? That's always on there.
Oh, okay. I did not want to point that out. That's why I was trying to be a little bit, but anywho.
Thank you. Thank you. No, that's always on there. That's the name I write under. So.
Oh, cool. I was just I saw something and I was just trying to watch out for you.
Thank you. You are sweet. I love you, Tim.
No, I despise you. But anyway, yeah, that's kind of crazy, honestly. I can't believe now they're calling out other tragedy pimps when they're doing. By the way, to the lady named Renee, you do realize that Turtle Boy did the exact same thing that these people did. They went in front of witnesses' houses and they had bullhorns and they did the exact same thing. So my answer to you, Renee, is yes, they all should go to jail. Every single one of them should go to jail.
And they stalked Chris Albert to his son's baseball game, which is why the defense attorney wouldn't let them ask him about his son's baseball team.
Mm-hmm. Or that they really wanted to close down questioning when it came to when did you list the house? And they listed the house in apparently in October and November of 2021.
Right.
Which means that the whole thing about they sold the house, that's suspicious. No, they listed it a while ago. Okay, dum-dums. That goes for you, law tubers. Listen, put your listening ears on. I know it's tough. It's tough when you count those super chats, but you gotta listen.
I mean, Emily is, she's human. She's not superhuman. I just happen to adore her. She's going to have personal bias. She admitted that from minute one, day one. She's like, he was already there. He was a top DA when I came in. She said, did I know him? No. Was I at work? She even said, was I at work functions when he was? Yes. Can you find pictures of us together? Probably. Does he know I exist? No. But then she says that group photos of Katie and Caitlin together is proof of something. What? Like, was Alan Jackson your bestie?
Yeah. Just outrageous. I feel like that no one's really listening to basically all the lies being dispelled. And then like there's people saying, well, if it was my dog, I would never get rid of it. It's like, okay, this dog is dog on dog aggressive a little bit. The dog got into a little bit of a fight and they were like, let's put him to like have him go somewhere else, basically. And yet
if you've got a retired police dog who couldn't even make it as a police dog, they're not going to accept training.
Yeah. And they did the best thing they did, and they knew. And the key thing I think law tubers should pay attention to is they knew where the dog was. So if the defense knew where the dog was, they knew what state, they knew what house they could have get. I mean, hell, they have everyone's cell phone. Why didn't they send a private eye to go down there and say, hey, can we have a check of the dog's teeth? There could be a murder that's being covered up. By the way, if you're going to use your dog to murder people, probably they would unalive the dog and get rid of the dog. They wouldn't give it to another person so that someone can test the dog.
Yeah, and then on top of that, people are, oh, I've been bit by a dog. Those look just like dog bites. Were you bitten by a dog whose teeth weren't embedded in a jaw? There is zero circle, none. Where teeth have patterns, like they're round, they make circles. Where is it? Bite patterns are round, human or animal, because jaws are round. Those gouges in his arm are completely haphazard and scattered and straight lines. There's no jaw pattern. There's no bite pattern. Nothing. Like, how could you get bitten by a dog and then look at those and say those are bite marks? How could you be bitten by anything and say those are bite marks?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are just fucking blind. I think a lot of them are fucking blind. Yo, can we do a poll? Should Big Tim dress up as a bunny for Chloe? No, because Chloe is hunting bunnies. I've seen the videos of you with the bunny, and with the bunny with Chloe, and I truly believe Chloe is planning her next meal, and that's what I believe.
Texas, I agree. They're not always the same, but you can always see some kind of cohesion, unity, that they're connected to something. They're not just random teeth floating in space.
Well, if you have the medical examiner that examined it, and then you had medical examiners on TV is also say that's not dog bites, then it's not dog bites. Not simple. Now, I'm sure the defense probably paid some guy to say, oh, it could be, but I could probably, if I had like $2,000 an hour, pay someone to say anything I wanted. If I could just bend the truth a little bit, because he probably will say, could be. I could probably say like Brianna is not human if I paid an expert to come up here for $2,000 an hour.
I would agree with you for $2,000.
$2,000 an hour, he would definitely agree with me. That's how the defense works usually. You get experts that agree with you, and that's how it goes. Now, will that work? Who knows? But good luck with that. Exactly. Bites have symmetrical patterns, even with crooked teeth. Those were knit dog bites, in my opinion. Yeah, well, I don't think they're even dog bites, because the issue is no underbites, and the area of the arm was tested, like the clothing around the area, and no canine DNA. Now, I don't know how good Mr. Jackson is. Apparently, not Dr. Jackson, I mean, Proctor is, but apparently not only can he artificially embed glass into clothes, but he can also apparently remove canine DNA, but leave blood and vomit in the area as well. But remove only the canine DNA. I don't know, Mr. Proctor seems very talented.
Someone asked in Emily's this morning when I was going over there to see what she was going to do with the Turtle Boy stuff, when she said she was dying to know, so I told her, and then she ignored it. But someone asked, did she think that the FBI was holding on to their investigation until after this case was over so they could come in and save her and then they could prosecute all the liars? Or were they just going to reverse the decision if she was found guilty. Both of those potential outliers are not only laughable, they're impossible because the FBI can't just decide to declare someone innocent and set them loose once the jury's convicted them. But Emily's answer was, I don't know. Yes, you do. You're an attorney and you know both of those things are impossible. Say that.
How much was the super chat?
Like $5.
I probably would have said it for 50. Okay.
You only tell the truth for 50 or more?
No, it says I'd probably just like say I don't know for 50. I would tell the truth. It was like $5. I'd be like, you guys are nuts, and you can get the fuck out of my chat. You fucking whack job. Go back to a QAnon fucking chat. Like, that's the stupidest thing you can possibly say. We all know that's not going to happen. That the FBI is not going to crash through the middle of the trial. It would have been before the trial that they would have done something. Okay.
Yeah, the FBI investigation is going to show what we already know, which this is a small town police force who hasn't had a murder jurisdiction in so long that not a single cop on the force has ever worked one, let alone in the force. They were begging the state police for help. The state police said no. So they did the best with what they had. Was it good enough? No. But is that corrupt? Also, no. I mean, at the most, they proved that they had the same issue that the cops in the Alec Murdaugh case did, which is that these are a bunch of good people with good hearts who just didn't know what they were doing because they'd never done it before.
Yeah. Pretty much. Oh, girl, human bites. Yeah, human bites are worse than.
What up, Cap?
What up?
What up, bitty bitty?
Cappy!
Hey, what's up? Is my background fan too noisy?
No, you're
I turned mine off because it's clicky.
All I'm hearing is, please let me go. I'll promise not to speak again in the background, in your background.
I had a question. Okay, so I've watched Emily D. Baker before, and I think she's likable, and I'm not like, hey, I'm a huge fan of her, or nothing like that. I think she's cool or whatever. But what is her like? Is she like pro Turtle Boy? What's going on?
She's she's kind of like, I think like what I'm getting at is a lot of law tubers are like playing the middle ground. Like, well, this makes perfect sense. Oh, that looks weird. Oh, that's suspicious. It's like the Zav girl play. So some are actually jumping. I heard one law tuber, not going to mention his name, recommend the glare. Because
I'll recommend names. I'll recommend names right now. The two that I used to respect and watch all the time, respected them very highly and will never watch again. Larry, the DUI guy, he's the one that recommended glare. And Kurt, uncivil law. I will never watch either of them again.
That's embarrassing.
Who would recommend?
Embarrassing.
I wouldn't recommend the glare to tell me how to do a sit-up because he got fired from the gym. Okay, let alone a true crime case.
You got fired from a gym and you're 45.
Yeah. And you got lawyers literally recommending people to the glare. Like, guys,
oh my God. That's embarrassing. God, that's embarrassing.
And I mean, I defended Larry during the Amber Johnny Depp trial because his face is his face. Okay. It's just his face. It's not his fault. He was born that way. He has a very expressive face. And he was in the front row during the TMZ reporter's testimony when Elaine, asked the TMZ guy, aren't you just looking for your 15 minutes of fame? You didn't have to be part of this case. And he looked her in the eye and said, I could say the same thing about you, ma'am. And they had the camera on the audience at the time. And Larry's face just was like, oh, like, you know, almost the kid in the GIF. And like a lot of people, Alita, Legal Bites, came down on him. He's embarrassing. He shouldn't be representing us, blah, blah, blah. And I defended him. I'm like, look, it's just his face. He didn't know that question was going to be asked, and it was a zinger. That was a great answer.
Yeah.
But as soon as he started hanging out with Aiden and Tom out front, and then recommending misinformation is where they should get their information, no,
Right.
I'm done with you. Nope.
Mr. Misinformation Station himself, Ziegler. Yeah. I cannot believe it. That is so embarrassing. It's so sad.
And I don't know what is up with Kurt. He moved to Texas and he lost like every moral compass he ever had as soon as he passed the bar in Texas.
Wow. Wow. So Emily hasn't really done anything other than like kind of just speak on like, oh, that is strange, or like kind of agree with
like she's also not like quite listening, because apparently like she hears the testimony that the house was listed. You know how like there was the big talking point was, oh, they sold the house afterwards, like after he was like found deceased, and they sold the house. Well, apparently they listed the house for sale in November and October of 2021. John died in January in 2022, like January 29th or something like that. So that means they were planning on selling the house beforehand. So that kills the whole conspiracy. And she's not listening to that. She's like, oh, it was very weird. Very weird.
She also, on top of that, this morning she kept saying, well, it's a proven fact now that Trooper Proctor should not have been part of this. He had a super close relationship with Julie Albert. Where was that proven? How you say you're coming into this as a juror and that's the impression you're left with? And his sister recommended a daycare provider to him. How is that a close relationship?
Also, by the way, the town only has 24,000 people or 23,000 people, and it hasn't had a murder since what, 1997?
At least, yeah, not a single person who was on that scene had ever worked a murder before.
Yes.
Wow.
Not one person died.
Quite a long time ago.
Yeah, that's why they weren't prepared for.
I was like 19 and like loving life and running around crazy and doing wild shit. Like, it was a long time ago, 97.
Where were you in 1997?
I know where I was. I was having a good time.
Canton? We need to figure this out.
I couldn't even buy myself a drink yet legally. Jesus Christ. Like,
oh, maybe. And then
I was running.
And they're all sitting there like, they're acting like somehow a select board member is going to pressure the police to cover up a murder. Do these motherfuckers know what a select board member does?
I say in 1997, you guys are making me feel so old. In 1997, I was married, had a kid. I had just graduated from college and was a DJ, news reporter, and ad salesman for the radio station.
No, that's cool.
Yep, that's what I was doing in 97.
I was an adult, but I was a very young adult.
But Glory, I'm avoiding Peter specifically because I refuse to get angry with him. So if I know I'm going to disagree with him, I won't watch. I've done that once before. I can't remember who it was. I think it may have been the Taking Care of Maya. Every time that he said the defense had scored points, I found myself wanting to punch him in the nose. So yeah, I don't watch him if I know I'm going to disagree.
I sat there like, I can't watch some of these guys because, like, listen, they're like, well, that person seems a little nervous with that turtle boy in the corner. Like that, like, yeah, that lady was a little nervous because the guy who's been harassing her for 2 years is literally across the courtroom, staring at her.
Literally.
I mean, let's be real. And also, like, gaining points by sleazily stating questions you know are going to get objected to and sustained is not scoring points technically. It's being sleazy. Trying to stop the witness from telling that they actually listed the house in 2021 in October and November because it destroys your whole argument is being sleazy.
Are you talking about like saying things that you know are going to get objected, like putting information out there you're not supposed to, like
That's what they're doing.
Violating a motion in limine with your final question to every witness, knowing it's going to get objected to, and that's your walk off. Every single time yesterday.
The jury's not supposed to be tainted by said information, so you're not, you know what I mean? You're not allowed to use it in court, so you slip it in there with things that you're never going to get objected, but the jury's going to hear it anyway. So you kind of, it's a win-win for you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is being rewarded and lauded as brilliant lawyering. No, guys, that man is why this country and this world hates your profession. Don't congratulate him. Tell him to knock it off.
Yeah, it's really scummy. It's really, really scummy, actually. It's so scummy. And it's sleazy. And did you see the whole thing?
I wonder what the answers would be. Like, I wonder how Emily D. Baker would answer that. Like, how do you feel about, I don't know what the name for it is. Like, what is the name for it?
Motion to eliminate.
Saying things you're not supposed to that you know are going to get objected?
Well, she'd probably, like, I don't know. I mean,
like, I wonder what she thinks about that. If you asked her that question just in general outside of the case, like, what do you think of attorneys?
You mean outside YouTube?
Outside YouTube, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, in the end of the day, a law tuber is still a YouTuber. And it's all about the drama and views. Okay?
Right.
Yeah, but a lawyer is a lawyer. A lawyer is not going to be, a real lawyer is not going to be on YouTube. I'm going to tell you that right now. A real lawyer is going to be not on YouTube. They don't care.
Yeah, she retired.
In chat, I said she's a very successful YouTuber.
Yeah.
Maybe that is, you know, kind of why she's taking the stance she is.
Yeah.
Well, she has said that she doesn't know if Yannetti is violating motions in limine with all those questions. Well, then maybe you should go back and watch the pretrial. Because you knew that. That's why you were so mad at Poot, because you knew he was violating all those motions in limine. So why don't you go back and watch the pretrial?
Do you think she
didn't?
Yeah.
No, she has not watched any pretrial on this one.
Yeah, she hasn't watched any of the
I
pretrial.
haven't either, and I haven't followed it really closely. But if she's
you a lawyer?
She's a law tuber doing, like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like
coming in late and stuff. I don't know. That's like probably a bad idea.
Yeah.
And I guarantee, I'm just going to say real quick, sorry to cut you off, but I guarantee that in the prosecutor's shoes, if someone were doing this to one of her cases, trying to get someone she knew had murdered a cop off, she would be screaming bloody murder at that judge on every break.
Yeah. And it's really fucked up. I don't understand why it's being like say, oh, this is great, this is fantastic. No, it's really scummy behavior.
Well, she specifically holds a place in a lot of people on YouTube's hearts, specifically because of how she came in here reporting on Crystal Ball. So a lot of people hold her, like a lot of people in this community, at least, like outside of this community, you know, they like her for other reasons. She's likable and stuff, but I think a lot of people think she can do no wrong because of that.
Yeah, I'm thinking that that's the situation, because I think she's phoning it in, to be honest with you. I think she hasn't done research in this case, and she's just like, well, we're going to watch this case and decide. And it's like, you're the attorney, and you probably should have looked into the motions and what was going on in the beginning and have an idea. And if you don't know did you even know who Turtle Boy was?
No, I don't believe
so. How could you go into this case and not know who this guy is?
Because she knows nothing about it. Kia said she disagrees. She said she is still an active attorney. I was under the impression, because she consistently describes herself as a YouTuber. I am not legal advice. I am a commentator, because this is what I want to do. If I were still practicing, and then she talks about all that stuff. So she may still hold her license, but she is no longer a practicing attorney. But how I found and fell in love with her was Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, because I went into that believing Johnny was the victim. I was one of the few people that went into it believing Johnny was the victim. And I began very angry at all the attorneys who thought that Amber was going to win. And I watched them all do a complete 180 as the testimony progressed. I am still holding out hope, except for Larry and Kurt, that's going to happen here. And Larry and Kurt may do that same thing, but for those two, I don't care anymore. And Kurt, I used to super chat. I was a member. I was in his chat every night. I was a huge supporter. I took up for him when he got in, when other YouTubers came gunning for him. But man, he has lost every bit of humanity that I thought he had.
I mean, no offense, I feel like you're skating ethics when you're basically like, I'm a lawyer, and this is just for entertainment purpose and not advice, but I'm going to review things as if I'm a lawyer. Okay, good luck with that. I don't know if that's a good thing.
KCG, here, I see you back here, baby. What's up, baby? Can you hear me?
Yeah, make sure that you can hear me, though. I've been having trouble.
Okay, well,
We
you'll have
hear
to
ya.
pause your YouTube. Oh, it's okay. It's off. It's off.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I found Emily D. Baker not sort of the crystal ball situation exactly, but because she used to do a TED Talk about how she got her law degree, and then after using it as a prosecutor in lower California, she realized she didn't like having to be a lawyer. She liked having the lawyer knowledge. So she started doing a lecture circuit and a podcast, and then branched. And then she came over to here. It's my understanding that her idea is that she wants to explain how law looks, specifically going by what is brought from from both sides of a situation. So when she worked as a deputy DA, she was given what the cops knew, and then she drafted, and she sort of gives like the background to things without necessarily trying to choose a side one way or the other. I don't think she pretends she does not practice, and she currently, while she may still be a member of the bar in California, she is not in Tennessee. So her whole shtick is just about explaining the backstory that maybe if you didn't know law, you could understand more. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, that's always, that is her whole thing.
I felt like the people rubbing her for saying things like, I'm not a real lawyer. She's just she never claimed to be. She's just trying
I never said she's not a real lawyer. I said she's a retired lawyer.
I understood what you were saying, but I felt like Tim was maybe not understanding her perspective.
Okay. Well, I just think, like, personally, with law tubers, I find it, like, very, very, it's like, let's say you had a doctor, right? A doctor, YouTuber. And they says, I'm a doctor, but this is not medical advice. But I'm just going to give my opinion. And they started, like, talking about reviewing, like, supplements and stuff like that. Would you think that's a little, like, an iffy issue a little bit? Because people might take it as advice from a doctor?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And that's the same thing with lawyers, right?
I've never known Emily to exactly address, like, here's what I would do, or things like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's why I say it's like very gray area, because I understand that she's giving her opinion, but I also think, like, you could be in a very tricky scenario where you're in that situation. You know what I mean? Like, because people are gonna, because one thing YouTube people are gonna say is a lawyer said this. They're not gonna say,
yeah.
Well, Emily was a prosecutor for the longest time, and then she was an attorney too. But she's got like 800,000 followers. She had like 25,000 people in her fucking live today.
Yes, she's doing a lot. She's getting a lot.
She is. I liken her different. When I look at how see, like, Mercado Law is a guy that I have trouble with.
I wouldn't like. But I
feel. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, honestly, like EDP, like, and Emily Baker is like way better than Law. Like, leaks.
Like fucking steaks to bologna.
Yeah, like, let's be real. I mean, there's some criticism hearing about, but if she's like champagne and he's like literally like the beer that you throw into the gutter, like, honestly, like
I remember hearing
like Captain Ribbon, and she's like fucking, what's that fancy champagne? Cristal.
I think if you go back to, like, before I came to know you guys, there was a couple still practicing lawyers that were part of something called the YBI. Have you heard of that?
That was Uni's mess.
Uni's mess. Nate, the lawyer, and a lot of those folks, they have like a real. To me, I wonder if they have any sort of question, like a code of ethics for online lawyers. I'm guessing not.
Ricardo Law.
Any of those guys.
He's a. That guy is a trash fire at this point. Like an absolute.
Joe is still practicing, but manages to keep himself out of hot water, so it obviously is possible.
Yeah, but like honestly, Ricada is definitely a trash fire at this point. He drinks. He's the guy's out. He's being sued for I think defamation, which I've listened to the case, and he really kind of fucked himself with that one. Like he really did fuck himself on that one. He could have settled, and he really fucked himself. Also, he gets drunk every time, and he looks really sick. Like I think
Nick didn't want the money. He wanted the MAGA cred. That's all he was after.
I mean, when I read the papers on that one. I'm like, bro, you really did say that on a live stream about this guy. You might not like this guy, but you really did say that, and you kind of should have just settled with him to get out of the hot water. To be honest with you, but he did not want to settle. Now he's in.
One thing that's always kind of addressed there, I always found sort of different about how this happens, is like if you look at, say, you watch MSNBC or Fox News, you have folks that are there presenting news sometimes, but sometimes you have folks that are just mostly there presenting opinion. And there's like this weird, sometimes people can't figure out what's the tabloid and what's the real news. I see that a lot of places, and I think that's what's falling down into YouTube.
You see that, yeah, with actually a lot of true crime. Like, for instance, the Sebastian Rogers case, where a lot of people are spreading misinformation that is tabloid, and it covers up the actual facts of the case. Like, I guarantee you, let's say we went into a chat without them Googling, and you said, what was the date that Sebastian Rogers went missing? Or what was the time? And what is the facts of the case? A lot of them probably wouldn't know. I mean, you know what I mean? Because we're all into this, like the salacious content about, Chris Proudfoot and all that stuff. But no, probably a lot of people don't know the facts.
That's what I'm wondering, if there was a way to sort of, like, you know what I mean? I don't know how you would separate it, but people really go to some of these creators thinking that they know something. Like if you look at how Chris McDonough runs his after being a cop channel versus perhaps how Duty Ron runs his post-cut channel. But I don't know. That's all I really wanted to say, and I appreciate you letting me up. But you're gonna have to kick me out because I can't figure it out.
Oh, you just push. If you're on a browser, there should be a leave, just a leave down where it says Mike, Cam, chat more, and leave.
Sweetheart, I love you. I can't see that stuff.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if the.
There's not a red X at the bottom of the screen?
Yeah, it's like an X. Go ahead and kick her. Can you kick her?
You don't have to. I can't see it.
Where's Cash? We need somebody banned. Cash!
Hold on, I'm here.
Call Patrol mod.
Sorry, what do you need, baby? Grab your soda. What happened? What do you need, baby?
I upgraded to some new headphones and microphone, but I still can't see the program to be able to click out of it.
Oh, you go. Okay, you ready to leave, honey? You ready to go?
That's what I was trying to say. Is I can't. There's no easy way for me to solve that problem. So.
No, it's okay, honey. You want me to take you out of here?
Right, that's what I was trying to tell Tim, and he's giving me directions, and I don't know if he realizes.
Oh, no,
I really can't see it.
It's okay, baby. I got you. You ready?
Yep.
All right, baby. Thank you for coming up, honey. All right,
And I mean, I do understand the necessity or the allure of having someone completely impartial and look at the trial from the view of the jury and how does the jury reach this decision. And I understand that, and I understand how that is sometimes valuable. But what we have at this point is a bunch of lawyers who saying, isn't it fantastic that the general public can now send unvetted, edited evidence to the lawyers while the trial is going on? No, that's not a good thing. And all of these lawyers that are staying out of it and staying so uninvolved, how are we all going to feel one day in the future if they do potentially find out that a crime did happen in Sebastian's case, and we watch the defense take the person who actually did whatever it is, get off, because that attorney hires a bunch of YouTubers to blame it on his parents instead?
Yeah. And then they just pull it, and then they make sure that to feed grand jury minutes and autopsy photos to that person. By the way, yes, they also fed autopsy. It's alleged that they also gave autopsy photos to Aiden Kearney. It's alleged in the documents. So it's nice.
Somehow or other, this jury has got to find out that Unetti is in on this. There's got to be a way.
You know what? It's that's what kind of is disheartening when you sit here and you just like you see these large number of people and you listen to them and you collectively lose hope in humanity a little bit. It's like you listen to these people and you think to yourself, would the world be better if it was replaced by like crows, like if crows evolved and replaced humans or octopuses or something like that? Because it seems like humans are pretty fucking dumb at this point. And it's like you kind of wonder if a new species of animal should just replace humanity at this point because it's just too stupid. And that's what I feel like sometimes when I look at this chat. I really, really doubt evolution. Like, I wonder like if evolution is actually true and if I'm just being tricked or something, because in no way if we put any of these people in the forest, they would any of them would survive. I would even understand if they would understand what drinking water looks like, let alone how to hunt or anything. So yeah, I sit there and I contemplate, and I get an existential crisis actually when I look at these chats. It is an existential crisis because I kind of think to myself, Jesus Christ, is this the end of the human race? Has social media killed the human race? Like, was this a bad idea? Should we just all just start smashing our computers at this particular moment and go back to the days of the 19th century or something like that, where we had no computers? That's what I think about. So I know it's a little weird, but it is what it is.
I don't think it's weird to ruminate on the fall and self-destruction of the human race at all. I do it almost on a daily basis here lately. Actually, I do it on an almost momentary basis here
I mean, if we lived in like, let's say like 1920s, the Glare would not have a platform. At best, he would be working in construction. I don't even think he would be getting a construction job. He would probably be a hobo on the corner begging for change. And people would be like, oh, here's a nickel. Here's a dime. But yet there's thousands of people that like him.
Here's a nickel hobo.
Yeah.
I swear to God. Oh no.
Like
that makes me think of my video I made about him when I gave him a beggar sign that said we'll work for oak leaf and bus tickets. And he has all his shit like all piled up in a blanket over his head and he's all dirty with the beard. It's so funny.
Yeah, like social media has made a situation where people who generally would have been useless in our society now have a job. And they're just like they're spreading their stupidity like a virus on the masses.
It's actually it can be a positive thing though. Like I've seen it turn into a positive, like where like in the prison community, for example, a lot of guys have found like a new way to like it's their job and they make money that way and as an alternative to doing other things, and it's kind of like help that like new opportunities and stuff like that, or mentoring youth.
The issue with that is that's a problem where society basically puts a scarlet letter on you that basically says that you can't work anymore because you have a criminal past. And unfortunately, that's a problem with society that should not stigmatize. Like once you serve your time, you should be let to work, unless it's
unless you're an RSO, like that's a whole different story. But I agree with you. Like I don't think
you served your time, you did your time, and honestly, you shouldn't be double punished because that's what I believe.
Bullshit.
Yeah, I think once you serve your time, because not letting a man have a job is tantamount to trying to
can't vote or can't get a fucking passport, like shit like that. Like, what kind of shit is that? Why should I do my time if I'm going to be punished for the rest of my life? Like, that's fucking stupid. Don't lie to me and say I've done my time and I'm done when I'm not.
Yeah. And I hold that to like other things as well. Like people who do like certain protests, like, legitimate protests, they shouldn't be like filmed and then, they're going to go to their employer and fuck with them. Someone's going to do that. I honestly think like, people should just, once you serve your time, once you do that, you shouldn't be like recorded and fucked with your job. and that's the thing. But what you're pointing out is like a problem with society. In my perfect world, you would serve your time and then you would, get any job you wanted. Like the internet is just allowed, like to step around the bullshit of the stigmatism. But in my perfect world, we'd probably smash all the computers. My father was right. My stepfather was absolutely right when he said computers were the worst invention that man has ever created, because it has allowed idiots like the Glare to have a job. Where we would, if we had a fair and just society, he would be a hobo in the corner. Or maybe, I don't even want to insult ditch diggers, to be honest with you. I think ditch diggers are smarter than him. Like any sort of construction person is smarter than him.
I do agree with the Cappy that a lot of the released inmates that I see on YouTube, I do not always agree with all of them, but I do admire the ones that came out and became prison reform activists and are using their YouTube platform as a means to try to give back to people in the same situation so that when they get out, their situation is better. Ginger Billy is a stand-up comic on YouTube, and he is hilarious. I mean, and a lot, I've seen a lot of inmates coming out after, drug charges they probably shouldn't even been in there for as long as they were. What should have been at most like an 18-month sentence was 5 or 10 years. So they came out and now they're finding ways to make life better for people coming out after them. And I do admire that.
Yeah, that is a positive. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Let me see. I'll come to work with you. I'm sure.
I gotta jump down, guys.
All right. You have a good one.
Good talking to y'all. I love you, Queen. I'm so happy you're back, baby. I love you.
Bye, Cappy.
Bye, Cappy.
I love you too, baby. I'll talk to you in a little
Bye,
bit.
guys.
Oh my God. So yes, I'm sure that would be clipped about me bringing back. We need to get rid of all the computers.
Well, guys, we've been on here quite a while. I gotta, get some stuff done. It's 2:45.
Mm-hmm.
We'll probably I'll try to pop back on here later tonight. If not, tomorrow
right.
or something. But I appreciate you guys hanging out.
All right.
Love ya. See you later.
See you guys later. Thank you guys for hanging out. Bye, everybody. I will catch y'all on the flip side. I will try to pop on here later if I can. If not, then I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys for hanging out. And as always, I appreciate the love and the support. And I just wanted to touch base with the lawsuit, like I told you guys I would. And if anything else comes up, I'll let you know. Have a good day, you guys. Have a happy Friday and a good weekend. And I will talk to y'all later.